So I
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champions, we present the national anthem of France.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de nos nouveaux champions du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de la France.
Good morning, a very warm welcome to the UCI Cycling World Championships here in Loch Lomond, based of course in Glasgow. We're ready for the Women's Elite Road Race. It's going to be a very special final day of these World Championships, and we're very much looking forward to bringing you what we think is going to be an absolutely enthralling race. Well, the rain clouds are hanging over Loch Lomond again as we take a look here at the medal table. The Great Britain team lead the medal table with 22 golds so far, 53 medals in total. And there's the various nations that have won medals so far in these championships.
And has a slight concussion.
Not great weather at the race start as the riders sign on for these championships.
Really fast. The spirit within this team, because we have a lot of
All the riders need to put their signatures on that backdrop. Let's take a look at how this race works. So, very simple in terms of explanation. Big peloton of riders today making their way to Glasgow for the finish. Here's the weather forecast at the moment as it stands. Few clouds, more than a few clouds. 17 degrees is the current temperature. Starting to get a little bit warmer in Glasgow now, though. We're at the race finish. The riders in a little bit of sunshine now for the start of this championship. There's our commissaires panel who make sure that the rules and regulations are adhered to throughout the race. This peloton is absolutely huge. There's Marianne Vos talking to the president of the UCI, David Lapartien. All smiles from her as she gets ready for yet another championship. As we look down on the peloton, all assembled, let's take a look at the course of today. The riders setting off from Loch Lomond. A little neutralised section just to get the legs going. They make their way down to Gartochen and into Dryman, down to Balfron and over the Crow Roads. Once they've been over the Crow Roads, they head, of course, a little bit further on through towards Lennoxtown, over the Milton of Campsie and down to Bearsden, and then into Glasgow for the finishing loops on the Glasgow Loop. The lead into the finish line is 68.3 kilometres. Once they're there, they do 6 laps of 14.3 kilometres on the Glasgow Loop to decide who will be the world champion. There's how things look. Defending champion Annemiek van Vleuten. There's the previous winners in the last few years. Van Vleuten won also in 2019. This is her last World Championship road race. She retires at the end of this season. Not too much left for this woman to race, but nothing left for her to achieve. She has done it all. So last preparations before we get started from Loch Lomond. We're in one of Scotland's 2 national parks. This area absolutely beautiful. Ben Lomond is Scotland's southernmost Munro and a popular hill walk of 974 metres, offering views across Loch Lomond. And this national park attracting more than 4 million visitors every year. Here's the start list. It's going to take a little bit of time to work our way through because there are 207 riders on this start line. This peloton is the biggest women's peloton I can ever remember. It's absolutely huge, and it's going to be very difficult if you're near the back to find your way to the front. There's the Great Britain team. Germany with a strong team as well. Poland, unfortunately, the news this morning is that Kasia Niewiadoma, podium finisher in the Tour de France, does not start this women's race. And that's disappointment for Poland at the start of this World Championship. We also have Chloe Dygert on that list of the United States of America. Chloe Dygert will not take to the start of today's race either. Sadly, she's got a similar infection to that of Kasia Niewiadoma. Zanri Uruso of South Africa also not taken to the race start. So a few others. Jenny Rissveds is unable to start as well. So a few riders have had to, unfortunately, not sign on this morning. Would have been interesting to see how Jenny Rissveds did. Such a talented rider from Sweden. South Africa losing a rider who can help Ashley Moolman-Pasio on today's race. Working our way through some of the emerging nations in world cycling. But it is a mammoth peloton. Once we get off and into this neutralised section, we'll start to understand just how big it is. Plenty of wheels to sit on, though, but because there are so many riders, it's going to be a little bit nervous. The big teams will be keen to ensure the safety of their team leaders. Lizzie Deignan at the start of another World Championship. Previous winner, of course. Here's Grace Brown, who rode so well in the individual time trial in Stirling the other day, pushing Chloe Dygert close. Silvia Pasico in this squad with Elisa Balsamo, previous winner. And here is the rider who everyone perceives to be the race favourite for today. Lotte Kopecky of Belgium. But Demi Vollering, winner of the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift just a couple of weeks ago. She's here and ready for action. The Dutch team with Annemiek van Vleuten arriving a little bit late onto the stage. But we look down now on this peloton assembled. Damp roads for the race start. Very interesting sunglasses of Demi Vollering, looking very cool, calm and collected, having won that Tour de France. But you can see, just with that deep breath, a little bit of nerves also in this rider. We're 30 seconds from the start of the final road race of these World Championships, the Women's Elite Road Race. The Dutch team, we'll talk about them. They are always a strong squad. Sometimes it goes right, sometimes it goes horribly wrong for this team. But let's see how they ride it today. They look very intent on the front row of this grid. A nice crowd here at Loch Lomond. We're going to roll out. Loch Lomond containing about 60 different islands, 29 of them are named. David Lepartien about to drop the flag before we get this neutralised section underway. The start of the Women's Elite Road Race World Championships from Loch Lomond to Glasgow. 154.1 kilometres of racing. A lead-in of 68.3 kilometres, and then the final 6 laps making up the final 85.8. Neutralised then until we get this peloton completely together. Hope you'll settle down and enjoy what is going to be an enthralling race. This is the paddle steamer, the Maid of the Loch, which is being refurbished, and the volunteers and charities are trying to bring this back and put it onto the loch again. Well, I'm Anthony McCrossan. Alongside me is Olympian Lucy Martin, who has ridden these World Championships on a few occasions. Lucy, good afternoon to you. This is always a massive moment for women's cycling.
Hi, Anthony, and yes, good afternoon. It certainly is. And I think we're going to see a lot of riders extremely excited for this championships. It's a course that's extremely dynamic. We've not seen a course like this for a few years with the amount of corners, and as we have seen in the men's under 23 race yesterday and the men's elite race last Sunday, it really does lend itself to absolutely fantastic racing and racing all the way to the finish line. It's been a pleasure to watch the other races and commentate on some of them, and I'm sure today, as everybody's expecting, it will be really, really interesting and actually quite unpredictable compared to some previous years.
Unpredictable like the weather. It's now started raining in Glasgow. A few moments ago it was sunny. It's going to be like that, I think, on many moments in this race, as the Iceland rider, Tuija Janusdóttir, has a little bit of a mechanical issue. Looks like that number has also been broken. Hopefully the race director will make sure that this race doesn't start before they are all back in the peloton. This is the Sea Life Aquarium in Loch Lomond. 1,500 different creatures are within that Sea Life Centre. Seven themed zones within the Sea Life Centre in Loch Lomond. Certainly a place to visit. Now, this World Championship, as a rider, just how much do you focus on the World Championships compared to other races of the year?
I think for every single rider in that peloton today, it is the most important race. Of course, we have other huge races now on the women's calendar, like the Tour de France Femme of Swift, so many other big iconic classic races, but there's nothing quite like the World Championships, and that goes for every rider in every category. It's only a one-day race, so it's quite different, of course, to the longer stage races that the women's peloton now has, but you get to wear those rainbow bands. So it's a race that everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to just be here on the start line to represent their nation. It's super important, and I think often with that we do see a lot more nerves, and with that comes really exciting racing.
Afghanistan represented towards the back of this peloton. Now, the size of this peloton. There were supposed to be 207 riders. I think we've got 203 in this peloton of riders. There is no other time in the season when you see a women's peloton of over 200 riders.
No, you don't really get close to that. Normally, the teams field 6 or 7 riders per race. And here is absolutely phenomenal. I don't think we've ever seen a World Championship peloton that big.
I don't remember it at all, and we've done quite a few World Championships together. I can't think when we've had over 200 riders in a women's peloton. I don't think it's ever happened. So it's a big group of riders to ride in. And with that, as we look at this magnificent wedding venue that we're flying over now, with that addition of so many riders, how much nervousness does that add? Because there's not a lot of room on these roads on the way to Glasgow.
No, it's very narrow, it's very technical at the start. And never mind when we get to the finish, of course, with the finishing circuits, which are extremely technical and tight. And I mean, the riders that are racing World Tour events they're in and out of races every single weekend. They know where to position themselves, but it is quite easy to get used to sitting towards the back, and when you want, you can just simply move to the front. And I think we might see some riders getting caught out today because they haven't actually realised how huge this peloton is.
This is Burundi. 2 representatives on the back in that black kit. Leoline and Emanuela, number 205 and 206.
Is my one of my favourite kits. Just in front, I think it was the Nigerian kit, the green and the white, stands out very, very well.
Very easy for us to spot. Riders just trying to move up ahead of the start of the race. The race director is ready. to drop the flag. Everybody is together now, so nobody is out the back. We are 400 metres from the start of this UCI Women's World Championship. Lovely sunny weather now. Wet roads, though, which creates its own issues for some of the riders as they make their way down the fast descents. I've just heard on Radio Tour that everyone is clear. The helicopter is overhead. The world is watching. And this race is about to get started. We're 100 metres from kilometre zero. There is kilometre zero. That means the end of the neutralised section. And then racing can get underway in earnest.
You see the Dutch team at the front looking very relaxed, should I say, not nervous.
The start of the UCI Cycling World Championship for women as the riders now get started and the Dutch team take up position on the front of the peloton. They've got the defending champion in Annemiek van Vleuten. They've won this on so many occasions in the last few years. As we look across in Kalach Island, means Island of the Old or Cowed Woman, reached by water bus from Luss or ferry from Balmar. The island was home of an Irish missionary in the early 8th century, so there's a burial ground and a church on there. There are 3 walking routes on the island. And the most important and beautiful part of this is that during the spring, the entire island is carpeted in bluebells. So it's a very special place to see. Peloton rolling out. No immediate attacks. Let's just talk about the Dutch team. They're on the front immediately. The Dutch team this time, Annemiek van Vleuten, who's won this title on 2 occasions. Backed up by Loes Adegast, Misha Bredewold, both fresh from a Tour de France. Rianne Marcus as well. Shirin van Anrooy, an amazing cyclocross rider. Demi Vollering, the winner of the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift. We've got Marianne Vos, 3 times world champion, 2006, 12 and 13. And they've got Lorena Wiebes, their sprinter. This is such a strong team. How do the other squads deal with the might of the Dutch?
Well, I think we have this same question every single year, because every single year they line up with the I have to say, the most impressive lineup with the most options. So many of those riders could win this World Championships. And more than anything, it's the strength and the depth that they've got. But as you just went through all those names, Ant, they've just got so many different types of riders. If it comes down to a sprint, they've got a sprinter. If it's an aggressive race on the circuits, they've got somebody for that, the likes of Marianne Vos. If it's a real hilly course, they've got somebody for that. So it doesn't really matter where the World Championships is. They have riders to win, and they've proven it time and time again. And it is the same old question every year. How do the teams beat them? And sometimes they do, but a lot of the time they actually don't get it right, because they are just a phenomenal nation of cyclists.
Just taking a look here at Balloch Castle. There's been a castle here since 1238, built for John Buchanan, one of the original partners of the Glasgow Ship Bank. Changed ownership in 1845, been in public ownership since 1914, now part of the National Park since 1981. This park around the castle plays host to the Loch Lomond Highland Games every July, and is also used for some major concerts including REM, Oasis, and also the well-known Scottish band, but if you've never heard, you need to have a little listen to, Runrig. They've played there as well. We're around Balloch, the home originally of the Scottish singer Charlene Spiteri of Texas. And also close to here, the home of Donna Porter, Scottish writer, director and TV presenter. She lives, or lived not too far from here. As we look down on the peloton, did not start. Kasia Niwiadoma, we've got confirmation of that because of that respiratory infection, and that's disappointment because Kasia Niwiadoma would have been a rider who could ignite this race, as could Chloe Dygert, who has not started with a similar infection. How much do you think the race is going to miss Kasia Niwiadoma and Chloe Dygert today?
Yeah, I think they would have definitely been two riders once it was on this circuit that could have really lit up the race. Of course, it's a shame to see them not take to the start today, not even to be able to attempt it. Proves that they are obviously very sick and decided they did not want to come into this event if they weren't in a position to try and win. And I think it really will change the dynamic of the race later on. We saw a couple of years ago when Kasia finished in third place, she was attacking all the time. She was the most aggressive rider in that race, and it's going to be sad not to see her here this year.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're going to miss the attacking style of Kasia Niwiadoma. We saw that fantastic performance that she put in the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift. Such a shame not to have her here because it kind of felt like she was on the form of her life. But sometimes you can be right on the cusp, can't you, of being amazingly fit and then sick the next day.
Exactly, and that's the case with Chloe Dygert. She just won the gold medal on the track and then in the individual time trial. So she said before she started that event she was sick and she was even considering not riding. She still managed to produce an incredible performance to win the gold medal, 5 seconds ahead of Australian rider Grace Brown. But to back it up and to come to the road race, she really knows her body well, and she knew it would not be possible. So, yeah, another rider that is not here that will be missed, or maybe not. I think some of the riders, when they heard the news that those two girls were not taken to the start line, they would have been extremely relieved, let's say.
They probably would, because they would ignite the race. Looking across this incredible area of Loch Lomond, it is a really beautiful place. If you ever get the opportunity, come up to Loch Lomond and just walk and just sit there and look out over the expanse of water. A few riders just finding the pace a little bit tough at the back, just with these little climbs. This is a 20-year-old Afghanistan rider, Zahra Ayazi. You're better to try, aren't you, to just stay in the peloton, just even if you can hang on, even if it's hurting. Once you're in the shelter of that peloton, it's just easier.
Yeah, it certainly is. You have the drafting advantage, and you really do feel the difference when you're out there pushing your own wind. So it is tricky. They look like they're riding along at quite a slow pace at the moment, which is true for those who are racing every single week in the World Tour. But we have to remember, for some of these riders, this is the first time they've ever lined up in the World Championships. And I think I saw a note that said there was 80 riders making their World Championship debut today. So a combination of a long distance, tough weather conditions and nerves, it can be a really tricky start for a lot of these riders, even if it appears that the peloton is riding fairly steadily at the moment.
Various different nations represented towards the front. The far left-hand side, we're just going out of camera shot, was the Canadian Alison Jackson, the winner of Paris-Roubaix. We already see Corinne Lebecki there taking on some food. How often will the riders be eating and drinking in this race?
Well, of course, it's personal preference, but yeah, they need to get the fluids, the food, the nutrition in from kilometre zero, as we are seeing some of the riders do now, because they would have had their pre-race meal generally 3 hours before as a rule of thumb, but then they've been standing around. Now they're underway, and they know as soon as the race starts to light up, as soon as we see those first attacks, it gets a bit more tricky, a bit more narrow, a bit more twisty. It is harder to get the nutrition in, so it's much better now while you're riding along quite steady. The nerves are slowly going away as the peloton starts riding together. It's a good moment just to make sure you get those extra little bits of nutrition in before the race really kicks off.
Ross Priory, built by the University of Strathclyde in 1971, used for lots of events and sporting activities. It's got a 9-hole golf course. Famous because Sir Walter Scott stayed here to gather material to write The Lady of the Lake. Dates back to 1693, the Ross Priory. Very close to the town of Alexandria, which used to be a leading producer for textiles and printing in the 1700s. So a problem here for Tombrapa Gladys Gritka of the team of Nigeria, stopping on the wrong side of the roads, waiting for her team car.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she'll need a bike change perhaps, but certainly not what any rider wants at the start of a World Championships. And of course, once you're out that neutral section, the race is underway. The peloton does not wait for you, so it'll be interesting to see if we see her able to rejoin the peloton, or it may well be game over already.
Let's hope she can rejoin. There's Alison Jackson, left-hand side with the maple leaf, the rider from Canada, who pulled off the most amazing win in Paris-Roubaix. She was on the attack all day and held on to win the race. Starting to see a little bit more focus at the front of this peloton. How much do you think the women will have paid attention to what's happened in the men's road race and the under-23 road race yesterday for men?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure almost every single one of these riders will have tuned in to watch these events, or at least take a look on the replay, check the course out, the circuits, how are the corners, where's the crashes often been happening, where's the slippy moments, where are the riders attacking, how's the climb. Because it's one thing going on a recon, riding around fairly slow, but when you arrive, when you're tired, you've already raced a number of kilometres and you all arrive together in a big peloton, it's completely different. So it's always valuable to watch the races if you have the opportunity to do so beforehand, so you just get a bit more of an idea before you get there. And I'm sure the same as for the sport directors creating the tactics as well, not just the riders taking a look at those events.
We start to get some action. The riders have decided that it's time. As we get into the rolling roads, the beginning of this course is flat, and then we start to get these rolling roads before Crow Road, and now we're starting to get a little bit of acceleration up towards the front. Alison Jackson, Sheila Gutierrez of this team of Spain, who rides for the Movistar team. And now suddenly you get that elongation of this peloton, and a number of riders suddenly thinking, wow, what suddenly happened at the front of this group? And it won't be long until you see splits and groups of riders desperately trying to stay. You can see here this rider just cannot stay with the pace that's being set. The rider from Afghanistan, this is Zara Razai. And now we get the slowing down.
Yeah, that was incredible. It wasn't really a huge attack. It was simply an acceleration, and you could just see then from those aerial shots how much damage one acceleration can do to the peloton. There was gaps opening up everywhere, and I think it wasn't necessarily an acceleration to create a breakaway. Sometimes riders just prefer to not roll along like this because it is dangerous. The riders are all compact together, they all want to be at the front, there's not much movement happening in the bunch, so if you suddenly caught towards the back, there's not much opportunity when the riders, when the peloton rolls around like this. We could see Lizzie Deignan coming to the front. She's decided she doesn't want to be stuck there at the back when these early accelerations and attacks begin.
Seeing Lizzie Deignan ride at the front like this, does that give you, because you've ridden with her and you've ridden alongside her in major events as one of her helpers and looking after her, does this give you an indication that Lizzie is not riding to win this race today and they might be riding for someone else?
Potentially, but however, it's hard to say because Lizzie is so good at riding in a peloton. She can sit at the back and be at the front in the right moment, but I think she really knows it's quite dangerous. We've seen so many crashes in the other races because of the wet roads and the conditions, and as I was just saying, it's really hard to move up when the peloton is so compact like this. So I think after that acceleration, maybe she was a bit blocked in behind and she's decided, you know what, I'm going to go to the front, stay out of any trouble. It's not that much harder riding on the front at the moment because they are going at a fairly steady pace. So why not just keep yourself out of trouble towards the front and ready to be attentive to go with those moves. But I think also after the last Olympic Games, when we saw an early breakaway going away, no real threat, no major names in there. The peloton was quite happy to let them just roll away, and then of course it never came back. So compared to other races, I think the entire women's peloton now is a little bit more alert to just letting anyone go up the road in the major championships.
Another big attack comes from Austria, just as you talk about the World Championships, because it was Austria who went up the road and never came back with Anna Kiesenhofer. She ended up winning the World Championships. And we're getting constant attacks from Austria, tracked by Luxembourg. Germany are up there as well. Great Britain trying to get involved in the mix.
Some of these riders as well, they know, okay, maybe we don't have a chance at taking a medal. They've seen how really demanding and difficult that final circuit is. So for some of these riders, of course, they want the gold medal. They want to produce a great performance, but for some of them, it simply is a case of my opportunity to get a gold medal or a medal is to go up the road early on and hope that it stays away as it did in the Olympic Games.
Another big attack. Looks like Spain want to mix this up as well. Gutierrez coming onto the wheel early is Mariana Vos, triple world champion. One rider suffering here at the back, number 112, is Kosieva of Uzbekistan. Just can't stay with the wheels. Riding on one of those bikes that has been designed by Ivan Basso and Alberto Contador. Their manufacturing business now that they've put together. And yet again, another attack coming from Norway, Australia in the mix as well. Everybody's starting to look like they realise that as you get towards Crow Road, which is the first major obstacle on this race, you need to be vigilant.
Yeah, certainly. You can start to see then a lot of the race favourites appearing, not necessarily on the front, but they're certainly coming to the front to take a look who's creating these attacks, who's trying to split the race. But as we get this aerial shot, of course it's bunched up at the front, but look at all these riders at the back already getting distance. This really shows how hard these accelerations are, and sometimes it is hard to really get a feeling for it on the TV until you see the distance. But riders going off the back and more riders going off the front.
This is Awa Bamogo riding for Burkina Faso. He's decided, right, if we're going to get some attacks, I'm going to go up the road as well. 24 years of age, silver medalist in the African Championships, and another move at the front as well. And a little bit of an issue here at the back for Buomi Boaloin. She's unable to stay with the pace that's being set.
Just 19 years of age, she's making a debut appearance at these Road World Championships, and what an experience it will be for her.
First major move of the day as the rest of the peloton decide that they're going to just let this one go.
That's painful though. If she turns around, she just sees that she's alone. Nobody's gone with her. Most riders prefer to attack, but with the idea that somebody can actually go with them and give them some support. Of course, it's much easier to ride with more than one other rider, so you have a little bit of recovery on the wheel. But when you're by yourself, it's a long way to go.
Buchanan Castle, built by the 4th Duke of Montrose and connected to the Buchanan clan. Outside it, an amazing golf course. You're allowed to play there even as a visitor. You don't need to be a member of the club. It was designed by James Braid and opened in the 1930s. A fantastic parkland golf course. There's a few people out there playing in the sunshine. Oh, and a little bit of a problem here at the back as a number of riders come to a standstill. And it's the rider from Finland who's having a mechanical issue here, Anina Atasalo. One of the the South African riders was caught up in that. So was the Nigerian rider, Mary Samuel.
Yeah, thankfully nobody was on the ground for too long. We're going to have a replay, see exactly what happened here.
Touch your wheels or something in the centre of that peloton.
We saw this yesterday, didn't we, Ant? It's not only just the rider that actually crashes and touches the floor that's affected. So many riders can get caught out behind when there is a touch of wheels, a crash like this, a mechanical, and it is really hard to come back. Thankfully, at this point in the race, it's still We're still on the really wide open roads. There's a lot of space, but when we get to those circuits, those final circuits in Glasgow, we saw yesterday it was almost impossible for the riders to come back if they were caught behind these little problems, these crashes. It's really, really a tight technical circuit.
If you want to stay in this peloton, stay near the front, stay vigilant, be involved in the moves. 3 riders just dropping out of the back. Our lead rider is Eliška Krasnikova, rides for the Czech Republic, national champion of the Czech Republic in the time trial. So she's slightly off the front at the moment, wearing number 127 this afternoon.
She's only 18 years old, so it's definitely a gutsy ride to see an 18-year-old attacking the World Championships. She's by herself at the moment. We'll see how long she survives, but it's certainly, it's always a bit of a risk to put down too much of an effort too early. So great to see such a young rider just taking this race on and thinking, you know what, I don't need to stay in this peloton, I'm going to have a go. And the only person we've really seen ever do that was, of course, Annemiek van Vleuten, who back here in the UK in Harrogate, she actually went on the attack. I think it was over 100 kilometres to go, wasn't it? We were commentating that race, and even when she attacked in 2019, both of us looked at each other and thought, well, that's a bit far. And she proved everybody wrong, and she stayed away to win that world title. So we've seen everything happen in these championships.
Krasnikova out in the lead for the Czech Republic. Let's talk about a couple of the nations then. So we've been talking about the Dutch. They've got riders in here who've won the world title before. Marianne Vos has been world champion, Annemiek van Vleuten world champion, but they've got Demi Vollering who's just won the Tour de France. How do they balance out what goes on in this squad? Because they've got Lorena Wiebes as a sprinter, Demi Vollering, who won the Tour de France 2 weeks ago, Vos, who we know on her day is the best rider in the world. Even now she can win races just at her own will. And Annemiek van Vleuten, you mentioned. Oh, and a problem for Nigeria. Going into the ditch at the side of the road. Hopefully rejoining as quick as possible. This is Isa Uxbaraya. And a Thailand rider also in the ditch at the side. Come on, Rada Keoplod. They were riding nicely in the peloton, no problem at all, but now she's got the chain off into that ditch on the right-hand side. Let's take a look at this.
Maybe another touch of wheels again. Thankfully, they had a soft landing on the grass and it wasn't a wall or something a bit harder. So, of course, again, not what you want to see early on, and it's because these riders at the front are putting the pressure on the pedals now. It's going to be very hard for those riders having problems at the back to get back into this peloton. We can see the pace is high. They're looking at each other, they're saying, okay, do we really want to let one rider go up the road? She's only got 13 seconds, but maybe we should jump across. Maybe we should try to create a breakaway as Alex Manley comes to the front. One of the Australian riders, she's currently in this road championship, Road World Championships, having just raced on the track like some other riders in this peloton, which is always quite surprising. And we've never seen it before because we've never had a track World Championships just days before the road race.
Exactly. Well, the clouds are hanging over the top. Coming back to that question then before we had that crash about the Dutch, how do they balance out and decide how they play this?
Well, they have strength in numbers, of course, with the calibre of riders they have in that team. And one thing the Dutch has been able to do over the years is essentially have multiple leaders. Of course, they might start the race with one clear rider that they want to keep as their leader. But at the end of the day, they have to be open and be happy for any of their teammates to win. And that's often why it's so successful, because you see them attacking and counter-attacking one after the other, and they do look selfless. It doesn't look like they really kind of hold back in case a certain teammate goes up the road and they think, oh, I want that. As we're seeing now, another crash before that corner, just one rider involved.
Linda Riedman of Germany hits the deck.
Again, another soft landing, so everybody's quite lucky at the moment. But yeah, back to the Dutch. They They really, really know how to race the World Championships. We've seen it so many times. And in other races, in other championships, other nations, when they have more than one rider that can win the race, they often falter and fail because there's too many big egos in that team. But the Dutch seem to have got it right every single year.
Problem here for number 68, Heidi France. Rider for USA. Looks like it might be a bike change is required as Corinne Lebecki of the USA goes on the attack with Marianne Vos.
Teammates, of course, for the Jumbo-Visma World Tour team. And it is always hard. We're seeing riders have problems needing to change bikes. And they're always told to keep calm, don't waste any energy. But when you're in a World Championships like this, the race is kicking off at the front. You need to change your bike. It's not really very easy to keep calm in these stressful moments. And this, unfortunately, is an extremely slow change. She's losing so much valuable time at the moment trying to get that bike. And you can see on her face.
Mechanic having real problems getting a bike here to Heidi France. She takes a bike. I'm not sure it's her bike. But she's underway anyway. Heidi France gets going. If you're a rider and you are in that situation and you're told to stay calm, you know you're a strong rider, are you able to, as we just see another big attack on the left-hand side, Great Britain looking to just try and mix this up a little bit, are you confident you're going to get back on? Or is it a situation that the time starts to click by where you're thinking, oh, hang on a minute, I hope there's still some cars, some convoy around about me, otherwise I'm never getting back?
Yeah, you like to think and, you know, you're going to get back on and try to stay as positive as possible. But in those moments when the seconds are ticking by and you've still not got your bike, you've still not got your wheel change, it is hard not to panic. And, I mean, we've still got a long way to go. But more than anything, it's because the race is kicking off at the front. And as we can see, the peloton is fragmenting. We're going left, we're going right. It is really quite a crucial part of this race now. The peloton's all strung out, in fact. It just shows the accelerations at the front are really, really high speed. The peloton can't even remain together in a bunched up, compact group. Eliška
Krasnikova is about to be caught. Another big acceleration. Corinne Lebecki is involved in a lot of the work that's being done here by the United States of America. As we see Alison Jackson going clear and a big attack from Corinne Lebecki. So two strong riders here trying to really force the tempo. Lebecki's a former winner of the Tour of Flanders. She doesn't mind this sort of terrain, does she? She's good on courses which are undulating and hard and gets herself in a small group, can win from a sprint.
Exactly, yeah. But this seems to me like she isn't necessarily the designated leader of that team. She's trying to get in that early breakaway. That's clearly been the chat of the team meeting this morning, to say she's got to really initiate the move, try to follow those dangerous riders at the start. And as you say, she's a dangerous rider herself. Actually, she could win this race, this kind of course. So I think she knows to go on the front, to go on the attack is a very a good tactic from these riders.
Well, one rider who's really dishing it out now is Blanka Vas, riding for Hungary. Looking strong as she ups the tempo. A fantastic cyclocross rider. And another move here by the Great Britain squad, trying to initiate a split in this peloton. Jackson is gulping in the air, the winner of Paris-Roubaix. Problem here at the back, and it is Kristina Budlova of the Czech Republic. She's had to have a wheel or a bike change there. Coming back and thinking then about the United States of America, they've lost what would have been their team leader, Chloe Dygert, for this race. So they now have got Heidi France, Megan Jastrab, Corinne Lebecki, Skylar Schneider, Lauren Stevens, Lily Williams. Jastrab's a former junior world champion. Skylar Schneider has finished in the medals in the Junior World Championships. Lebecki's won races like Tour of Flanders. How do they decide to designate a leader in that? Or do you think they might just give everyone an opportunity?
Yeah, I think they're one of the nations with a really open plan. They can afford to have an open plan. They're a strong team, a strong nation, but maybe not one of the favourites, actually, when you look at that start list. So they're a nation, they can really, really just attack this race, go a little bit undercover, try to get a rider in the breakaway, and then attack the final with, as you just said, all those riders on the list. They've got a lot of strength and depth. Riders that could just try to take their own opportunities as and when it appears, similar to the Dutch in the fact that they attack, can counter-attack, can follow those moves. As Lizzie Deignan now goes on the attack early on, so maybe you're right, and maybe she's not actually the designated leader in this race for Great Britain.
Christine Majerus is not impressed. The race is kicking off. Majerus has got a puncture. This is not her season. Ashley Moolman-Passio now goes on the attack with Lizzie Deignan. An early attack. Juliette Labousse is also there. So this is an important move. Now, Lizzie Deignan said that she felt that Great Britain had to be on the front foot in this race as early as they possibly could. And it might be that she's thinking, let's get a breakaway up the road really early. Let's go all the way to Glasgow and let's win this World Championship. As we see Juliette Labousse, Ashley Moolman-Passio, Lizzie Deignan is in there, Elise Chabbey is in there for Switzerland. This is a really important move. Blanca Vass is also in there for Hungary, and one representative of Belgium, one representative of the Netherlands squad, and Italy now are sending the alarm bells out.
This is a very dangerous move, and more than anything, it's because of the variety of key nations that have got themselves into this move, and I'm very surprised, actually, they're letting this one go. They've only got a small gap at the moment, but we've seen Lizzie Deignan, when she wants to get in a breakaway, she often does. She keeps it going and going and going, keeps the momentum going, and to have somebody like Labousse as well in this race, in this group with you, is incredible. Of course, Labousse finished 7th overall in the World Championships last year and had an extremely strong Tour de France, so this is a group that could stay away, and as we've seen in other races so far this week, if a group like this goes away with such strong riders, they could survive to the circuit in Glasgow and even around the circuit.
Megan Jastrab of the USA, she's trying to close the gap. And everybody's shouting at each other. They have realised that this is a very, very important moment in this race. You cannot let Deignan, Labousse and others, Ashley Moolman-Passio, go up the road so early. Elise Chabbey looks around. We know that potentially she is the team leader now of this race in terms of Swiss cycling. So you've suddenly got potential team leaders as they look to stretch the race even more. Looking around to see whether the gap is going to be closed. And Australia have set out the alarm bells as well, and now they're trying to close the gap.
Yeah, I was just about to say, actually, a key nation that wasn't represented was Australia, and they've clearly decided, no, this is not going away. But this is a very, very dangerous part of the race now, because not only if this group goes away, it's dangerous, but if it comes back, it allows a lot of riders now, they're going to be tired after that chase. It allows them to jump away, as we're seeing Majerus thankfully able to fix her problem and try to come back in. But this race is split up. It's spread out from this front lead group all the way back to the last rider on the road. It must be nearly a kilometre.
It must be. Well, Blanca Vass, Ashley Moolman-Passio, Juliette Labousse, Lizzie Deignan, Elise Chabbey. I can't see the other two riders who are on the back of the group yet, but there are all sorts of jumping around going on as Elise Chabbey looks around and checks to see what the situation is. Clearly, the Netherlands and Belgium are not working. They've been told not to work in any breakaways, but look at the speed of this front group as they try to open up their gap. This is a violent attack by some of the top riders in the women's peloton. With 130 kilometres to go, they're already off the front, and now Germany are starting to worry as well, because they've got a potential winner in Liana Lippert. Up towards the front, Lotte Kopecky. The Danish team are not represented. There's a lot of riders suddenly thinking, hang on a moment, why have we let this go?
That was really interesting then. I almost thought they'd been caught. They were about to be caught after the Australian team got on the front, and then suddenly the rider at the front swung off and nobody else went through. No other riders from any other teams, any other nations continued that momentum, and then the lead group yo-yoed again back out, and they seem to have got a little bit of a bigger gap. So we could see them from that overall helicopter shot. I saw the British team, I saw Kopecky, I saw nations that have riders in this front group just coming towards the front, not wanting the peloton to bring this back, but just in the back of the shot you could see the blue jersey of the Italians. They've also missed this move.
Misha Bredewald is the Dutch rider, and I think it's the former world cyclocross champion Sanne Cant, who rides for the Phoenix de Koning team, who's on the back of the group, who is there with the gilet. It is her. She looks around to check what's going on. So a group that is very dangerous. 7 riders making their move. Elise Shabby, she's going to be given the head of this squad, isn't she, with Marlon Reusser having a difficult time trial the other day. The Italians are trying to close the gap, so are Canada. But Lizzie Deignan, in terms of a World Championship course, we've talked about how difficult the roads are, the terrain is, how grippy the roads is. But Lizzie Deignan comes from Otley in Yorkshire. She's used to these mountain terrains. This is the sort of roads Lizzie Deignan trained on when she was a kid, when she first came to cycling. She won't think twice about grippy roads and how the terrain is. She'll be thinking this is just normal.
Exactly. She loves these conditions, and I think actually she would prefer it to be raining. She often says she likes the really challenging weather conditions, and this is her bread and butter. She will be really enjoying this championships today, and I'm sure she's certainly been looking forward to it. As we are seeing, she is taking the race on, and wouldn't it be fantastic actually to see a group like this go away so early on in the race and actually continue all the way to Glasgow? It's touch and go whether they will, because we are seeing more nations come to the front, the likes of the Italians who've missed that break, the Australian team as well, but all the other key nations basically are represented. So it's going to be a really hard one to bring back, I think, as well, because we could see the riders with intent at the front, but look how much that attack, that move, these last few kilometres has affected the entire peloton.
Well, this gap is not closing. It's not opening either, but it's not being closed. And you can see how much momentum these riders have. They are putting on a full effort. And we look at the peloton. Great Britain have closed this off. They've come to the front in numbers with Anna Henderson, with Lizzie Holden, and they've just closed the road. They are quite happy for this scenario to play out.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, though. I could see the German team at the front talking to each other. No sign of the Italians anymore, no sign of the Australians. They sent riders to the front to really bring it back, which we saw, the time gap came down. But it appears to be one rider making a bit of a dint. By the time they've done their effort, swing off, nobody else is following through. You need 2, 3, 4 riders to really go through and off, these nations to come together, to work together to bring it back. But as we are seeing now, the peloton has completely stopped.
If you're the British team, though, wouldn't you not have this as a plan? You know the terrain, you know the roads, you know what these grippy roads feel like. If you can get Lizzie Deignan up the road and shut the road because it's so narrow, as we come into an area which we know is extremely narrow, wouldn't you just close the road and then just take the initiative and let this gap grow and go out to be a significant lead? Yeah,
you definitely would. That's a key tactic to deploy, but normally it doesn't work out because, of course, normally you have the other nations pushing you out the way, getting to the front, attacking, really forcing this move. But we can see as well they're getting a bit of help from the French team as well, simply blocking the road.
Let's just see how this gap opens, because look at this. The initiative has been lost. Italy are unable to chase. They're probably looking around and thinking, well, we need Lotte Kopecky to chase, although they've got Sanne Cant in the front group. Sanne Cant can win a bike race. She's a former cyclocross world champion. She hasn't ridden the road too much, But now we get more attacks as riders realise they've got to do something about this. And the Polish team launch with one rider to try and get one rider up into the front group. Meanwhile, and I'm not so sure this time gap is now correct at 8 seconds, this group is firing on all cylinders. In the green, Ashley Moolman-Pasio, who finished so high up in the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift. With her in the orange is Misha Bredewald of the Netherlands, Sanne Cant in the turquoise of Belgium, Juliette Labousse in the blue of France, Elise Chabi in the red of Switzerland, Lizzie Deignan in the white of Great Britain, and Blanca Vass in the red jersey of Hungary. Ashley Moolman-Pasio trying to get some drink on board as quick as possible. And now they look around and realise that this gap is starting to open under the momentum of some of the top riders in world cycling. Yeah. Deignan will be really happy with this.
She will, but I feel like she'll still be a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious until they get a slightly bigger gap, because she knows she needs to keep pushing on the pedals to keep the momentum of that group going, but she can't go too much into the red. None of those riders can go absolutely 100%, because if it does come back, they need to be ready to get back in the peloton and recover, or actually try to go with the next moves.
Great Britain come up again to close the road.
I have to say, I'm really surprised that we're not seeing the Australian team attacking and trying to bring this back. I can't actually see any of them, so perhaps they're waiting, they're having a chat, and they're going to launch a big attack. But also you can see the German team on the front. They're watching the race ride away from them at the moment.
Well, I'm hearing on Radio Tour 40 seconds is now the gap. We saw the Americans, Megan Jastrab, almost made it onto the back of the group. She comes forward with the rest of the American squad on the right-hand side. Jastrab almost got on the wheel and didn't quite get there. Now the Italian squad come forward with Barbara Guarischi, looking to try and set something up to get a bit of a chase going. But the gap I'm hearing on Radio Tour now, Lucy, is 40 seconds, which is starting to become a better lead. It
certainly is, and particularly on this terrain with the rolling roads and the corners, they are completely out of sight. But again, look, we've got riders still coming back into this peloton, so it shows that the pace has been very high. And it's the key teams that seem to have missed out. It's the Italian team. So we're looking at Urška Zigart's partner.
That's Tadej Pogačar. He's on Crow Road, and he's going to hand bottles out to Urška Zigart. So a double Tour de France winner there at the side of the road. And just waiting.
Very nice to see, isn't it? No job too small for the likes of Pogačar. But yeah, this group now, they're really gaining momentum. Of course, you mentioned before the Dutch team. Sanne Cant of Belgium, they're not riding through. They've decided they've got their leaders. And I think normally in this situation, the other riders who are really rolling through, making a big effort, could get annoyed. But they know they have key clear leaders, undoubtable favourites in this race from the Netherlands and from the Belgian team.
There is Urška Zigart. She's a little bit worried about riding right in the middle of the peloton, so she's towards the back. When we get on Crow Road, she'll be able to use her climbing prowess to get up towards the front. More riders rejoining at the back of this peloton, including Skylar Schneider of the USA. But here's our leaders. 55 seconds. Lizzie Deignan has a little nod and thinks, yep, that's now starting to work.
Yeah, as I was just saying, and so normally I would say these riders in the front would be getting slightly irritated by having two riders sat on. But the fact that we've got the likes of Kopecky from the Belgian team, we've got the likes of Marianne Vos, we've got Lorena Wiebes, we've got Demi Vollering, Annemiek van Vleuten, of course, the defending champion. The riders from the Netherlands, the riders from Belgium, they kind of have an excuse today to be able to sit on. They are not there in that breakaway to win that race. They are there to simply put pressure on the other nations so that their leaders can have a more relaxing ride in that peloton. They don't need to chase. They can force the Italians to chase. They can force the Australians, the Germans, the team from the USA. And it really is a tactical race at the moment.
We've talked about the Dutch. They've got one rider in the front group Misha Bredewald. Let's talk about the Italians a little bit. They've missed out on this move. Who is their team leader for today? They've got a world champion formerly in Elisa Balsamo, but they've also got Silvia Persico. Persico was the bronze medalist last year. How do you think they're going to play things out today?
It's quite a tricky one, actually. They're, to me, a nation that's also got a very open team. They can almost race without a clear leader if they wanted, because they've got various strengths within that team. Of course, former world champion Balsamo from 2021 normally would be a key contender for today, but she did have an unfortunate crash during Ride London a couple of months ago and actually had big problems with her face. She had to go to the hospital. She was off a bike, eating out of a straw for a long time, but she came back surprisingly at the Tour de France Femme avec Swift. She didn't complete the race, but she's certainly slowly getting back up to speed, as we're seeing now. Amanda Spratt riding for the Little Trek team. She's got the bright red helmet on, easy to spot, and she is a strong rider and a rider that could have a fantastic world championship. She's medalled before and she's decided, come on, we need to bring this back.
We're on to Crow Road now. This is the major part of this course where, oh, and a problem here. That's a terrible moment for Alexandra Manley.
That is not when you want a mechanical at the bottom of pretty much the only climb on the course if we don't include the circuits. Not a good moment to have a bike change, and just look at the climb. It rolls all the way up to the sky, to the clouds. It's a very open, exposed, tricky climb.
The bottom of the climb is steep, then it just is rolling all the way up through this beautiful backdrop of this incredible Scottish countryside. This leading group of riders is now riding steady tempo, 36 seconds. The initiative been taken now by Amanda Spratt. Spratt from Australia has finished silver medalist and bronze medalist in the World Championships before. The wind coming from the right-hand side here. How, Lucy, will the riders shelter each other on this climb?
Yeah, they can almost form a bit of an echelon. Of course, it's not extremely windy, but still, they know where the wind's coming from. They'll be able to feel it, and they'll try to get the other side of the rider in front of them, just to take some shelter, just to have a little bit of a breather. And we were wondering why the Australian team, the Italian team, weren't really attacking, and I think it's because they were waiting to launch, as we just saw Amanda Spratt on the climb. It's a good moment to try and bring that gap back down, and we can see it went from around 55 seconds down to 30. We'll have to see what the latest time check is, but you can see here from the helicopter shot, it's still a fairly long way, but they are within sight just as they're on the same straight at the moment.
This is Soraya Paladin trying to come across.
A strong rider. She's had numerous top 10s, top 5 placings this year. She didn't race the World Championships last year, but I'm not sure if she's going to be able to jump across. But it actually looks like the peloton once again seems to be slowing up, and it might not be a tactical thing at the moment. It might simply be because this is quite a tricky climb and they are unable to actually go any faster.
The wind's really strong up here on the Crow Roads, as the riders know that this is a key point in the race. If they get over the top with a big advantage, the leaders, they're going to be very difficult to bring back before we get to Glasgow. You can see there the Saltire there on the flag. We're heading towards the top of Crow Roads. Stunning views of central Scotland at the car park in the sky up here at the top. Oh, and Blanca Vass has cracked.
Interesting to see that she's going backwards so quickly. She is a very strong rider, so very surprising.
Well, Blanca Vass was looking superb in this breakaway, but now she's come to what looks like a bit of a standstill. Vass is not having the best day then. Coming across, Soraya Paladin. Already this race is becoming a race of yourself, really. How do you feel? How strong are the legs? every rider for themselves because there's no real cohesion at the front of this peloton yet. I'm surprised Blanca Vas has been dropped.
It maybe just signals how hard they were actually riding in that breakaway. It's all well and good when you're on the flat and you can kind of recover in the wheels. But as soon as the road goes up, we talked about it yesterday in the under-23 race, these roads in Scotland are so heavy. They're not like the normal European roads where you just kind of roll along. They're grippy, and when you do start going up a climb, there's nowhere to hide at all. And we're seeing rider one after the other go backwards from the sheer effort, the sheer power being pushed down the pedals at the front. And I think it was the Australian team once again who were on the front.
Lily Williams, a great track rider, world champion in the team pursuit for the United States of America. This road is famous from the novel by Ian Banks, the Crow Roads. We're in the Campsie Fells right now. The various volcano hills around here date back 300 million years. The Campsie Fault is along this area, and we're heading towards the Glengoyne Distillery, which is in this area, which produces an amazing Highland single malt whiskey matured in the lowlands. And Soraya Paladin is being caught. 45 seconds is now the lead, and being distanced now is Marta Troyen for Belgium. We may well find here, because of the amount of effort that these teams are having to put in, by the time we get to the top of this particular climb, we could find that there is such a small group of riders that team leaders don't have much help.
Exactly, and I think some of these riders that will be going backwards right now will be hoping, please, when we get to the top, the peloton just regroups, goes a little bit slower, and they can try to get back on the twisty descent, because look how much this peloton is strung out at the moment. You can see we started approximately 5-6 riders at the start line. Now I think half the peloton's disappeared out the back of this race simply from this.
Is not able to go. With the accelerations.
I would say not that surprising, because we can see how fast they are really riding at the front of this group up the climb. Also, many riders are getting dropped here, many big names.
Corinne Lebecki, who was the rider who started this initiative. Cédrine Kerboil, the Tour de France, she is the white jersey, best young rider of the Tour de France.
Emilia Fahlin, multiple Swedish champion. She also finished in 4th place in the World Championships a few years back. So it really does show how hard this climb is. And I can see over there another flag blowing. It really is a strong head crosswind. So it's going to be hard for the peloton, but it's also going to be hard for this breakaway.
Look at Lizzie Deignan.
I was just going to say, led by Lizzie Deignan, who does not seem phased. She loves these conditions.
Ashley Moolman-Passio goes through 6th in the Tour de France. Oh, and a crash. Corinne Lebecki has hit the deck while she's going up the climb. Maybe a touch of wheels there. Also being held up, Sarah Martin. And Corinne Lebecki is the rider who has been taking the initiative. She must be thinking, what is going on? She crashed so many times in the Tour de France. Now she crashes in the World Championships.
That's very strange. I hope we get a replay, because of course you don't often crash going up a hill, and she wasn't even in the main peloton. She was in that group going out the back. But sometimes when you are suffering, when you're in that hurt position, all you're doing is trying to get up the climb. She's been seen to by the doctor, but this is valuable time being lost right now.
Daniela Campos gets underway. Corinne Lebecki must just be thinking, what is the point of this? She's crashed literally every few days recently. And it was a touch of wheels by the Norwegian and just took Lebecki off.
Very unfortunate.
The German team on the front of the peloton coming forward now with Ricardo Bauernfeind. And they're catching Blanca Vass. Now, it's taken a significant amount of time to catch Blanca Vass, which demonstrates just how big this gap is starting to be. We're seeing 28 seconds. I'm not so sure that's right. Look at the wind in the flags, the Yorkshire flags at the side of the road. Some jackets being thrown and jettisoned off.
We could see there the guy from the Netherlands with the big blackboard, as we talked about yesterday. Riders don't have radios in these World Championships, and therefore it's a lot harder to get any information to them. And we've seen a lot of nations holding up blackboards, giving various bits of information, sometimes in code, so that the other teams don't actually understand any of the tactics. And I think now is a very important moment for those riders to try and get some information on how far away is that lead group.
Carron Valley Reservoir, which we're flying over now. An area, a popular destination for people who love the outdoors. Trout fishing can be done in the waters of this reservoir as we head down towards Glasgow now. A reminder then of our leading group. If you've just joined us now, we have got Misha Bredewald, Sanna Kant, Juliette Labousse, Elise Shabby, Lizzie Dijkman and Ashley Moolman-Passio. That's the leaders as we make our way towards the top of Crow Road, setting a nice tempo. Ashley Moolman-Passio in green of South Africa, winner of the Tour of Romandy the last season, twice winner of Classic Morbihan, and also a winner of the Cumin Bira. She loves these sort of terrain, these sort of conditions, difficult up and down roads. Throw a mountain in there and she'll be even happier. Ashley Moolman-Passio, the world champion of esports as well. 28 seconds. There we look back. To me, the pace being set by this front group looks significantly faster than the peloton is able to find right now. And this peloton is probably only 60 riders, maybe.
Yeah, you can see how many riders have lost contact. The blackboard, 30 seconds. It appears a little bit more on the TV screens, but maybe it is only 30 seconds. But of course, this is the climbers, the likes of Liane Lippert. We can see second wheel there. She's come to the front, the rider for Movistar. The German rider here, she's one of the best climbers in the world, one of the race favourites for today. She can do a bit of everything. These riders pushing on the pedals at the front, they're the ones that can really handle the climb. So I think we'll see a change in composition at the front once we get back down onto those flat roads. Who's recovered enough from the climb to keep it pushing? Because often on the climb, the breakaway group can come back a little bit more and then they go out again. Another yo-yo effect once we get onto those flat roads, but not a day for the American. That's very unfortunate to see her have a crash on an uphill section.
The German team setting the tempo now and upping the pace just a little bit more. Sitting three wheels from the front is Marlon Reusser, who decided to finish the time trial the other day, decided to get off, and absolutely fair play to her. She said she wasn't able to push. She just didn't feel right. She wanted to just get off her bike, and why not? If you don't feel right, why keep pushing? Now she's sitting up towards the front, looking after the interests of Elise Shabby. We're getting down towards this incredible waterfall that we will see now. This is the Loop of Fintry. Lies on the River Endrick, which flows into Loch Lomond. Multiple levels of rock. Named after the word loop, which means leap. After heavy rain or snowfalls, you can see the water leaping over the rock's edge in this area. We're very close to Fintry. The Fintry Inn nearby has served the village for over 250 years, owned and operated by a local family. It's got its own microbrewery, Mosaic Brewing. Sells lots of specialist whiskey as well. Germany, they've got some options today, haven't they? Let's talk about them a little bit. They're on the front now. They've got, you mentioned, Liane Lippert, stage winner in the Tour de France, and Ricarda Bauernfeind, stage winner in the Tour de France this year.
Yeah, they certainly have a strong team here. I think that was Romy Kasper. She's been around for many, many years, racing some of the biggest teams. She was on the front. She's the workhorse, been told to try to bring this back. And of course, the favourite, their leader, Lippert, as you mentioned, only 25 years of age. I always think she's a bit of an older rider, actually. She's been around. She's had that many great results. Second in the likes of Flesh Wallon earlier this year, so she's a strong climber, but she'll be worried right now. She'll know the likes of Moolman, Passio, Lizzie Deignan. If they get away in this group, it is very hard to try and bring the likes of these two riders and Labous, Shabby, once they get to these circuits. It's all well and good now in a breakaway, only 30 seconds up the road, but we've seen it time and time again on this circuit. You just disappear. You enter and there's so many corners, it's almost impossible to bring things back. So I think a lot of the teams, a lot of the riders will be looking at themselves and thinking, we need to bring this back right now. But this is making me quite surprised that we're not seeing more cohesion from the nations. At the moment, we're just seeing the German team on the front of that peloton, that extremely reduced peloton now, trying to bring the group back. But I'm surprised we're not seeing a bit more of cohesion. Yeah, the Australian team, the Italians, putting one or two riders up there just to say, come on, let's really bring this back, because we've already given them 55 seconds. It's gone back down now to around 30 seconds. When we get on the flat, things could change once again, because of course it's a little bit easier to bring things back when you have a launch pad like the climb that we've just gone over. But from now till the circuits, it's pretty much flat, rolling roads, but there's no more of those launch pads available.
Just in front of us there, number 22 is Julie van der Velde, who almost won a stage of the Tour de France. She was caught just in sight of the finish line. This is the German team. They're doing a good job here to bring this back together. Towards the back here for Ireland is Megan Armitage, getting into that aero tuck, just following the riders down this descent. Nice sunny conditions at this moment in the race. A little bit of wet road, so you still have to be careful. As you make your way down these descents, Lucy, what are you watching out for as a rider to just make sure you don't have any issues, particularly when you've got little damp patches on the road?
Yeah, well, we could see there the Irish rider, a little bit of a gap between her and the group, which, to be honest, isn't actually a bad thing. Sometimes it's good to give yourself that little extra breathing room, that extra space in case something goes wrong for a rider in front of you. You don't really want to be glued on the wheel as you would normally on a flat road or on a climb. More than anything, just to give yourself a metre or two in front of the rider ahead, just to give yourself an opportunity to move to the left or the right, take your own line. And that's why we often see, of course, naturally the peloton rolls out a bit more in one long line down these descents. But I personally used to always prefer just to get to the front, just lead the way down. If you crash, it's your own fault. But when you have to brake or slam on, or you crash because of somebody else, it can be extremely dangerous on a descent like this. But thankfully for these riders, it's not wet.
Your tactic was to be in the first couple of riders, then on the way down the descent, stay out of any problems.
On the downhill, not so much on the uphill.
Stunning scenery. We're heading towards Glasgow. The riders are now heading down towards Lennoxtown. And we're into Lennoxtown now. Used to be a bustling town in the 1700s. And a problem here. Oh, big crash for Lizzie Holden. That's a big, big crash for her. You can see left-hand side, she's a little hurt and emotional right now. That was painful.
That certainly looks very painful. You can see the blood rolling down her elbow. She's had such a fantastic season as well. The British time trial champion, which was a huge ride for her. She's been selected for these championships once again. And of course, a home championships, a home games. It's very, very important for these riders. And again, as we keep saying, any riders that are having problems in these early stages, it's going to be hard to come back. But she's taken a big tumble.
Lizzie Holden by the side of the road. That looks like it might be the end of her race. We are seeing the German team doing some damage now as they try to bring this back together and put their team in with a chance of winning this world title. Liana Lippert up towards the front. Second wheel in the colours of Italy is Silvia Persico. A couple of places back. They're bringing Lotta Kopecky back. And that is good news for the race favourites. Lotta Kopecky, the out-and-out favourite to win this title. Behind her is Marlon Reusser. A little bit of a split as the Danish team try to come back with Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig. 16 seconds we're being told right now.
That time gap has plummeted. It was out at 55 seconds before the climb. On the climb they brought it to 30 seconds. And now it's gone back as Lizzie Holden is having a check from the doctors. Chris Newton
there. And Lizzie Holden, very emotional and upset. She doesn't want to finish the World Championships. Chris Newton says, no, you're not getting back on your bike. And concussion protocol now is the critical thing.
Yeah, and it's sad for her, but it's so good to see the doctor, the sport director, really checking, is the rider okay? Because quite often riders, they're full of adrenaline, they crash, they jump back on the bikes without even thinking, how actually are they? Are their heads okay? Do they have concussion? And before you know it, they can't ride the bike. So very sad scene here to see Lizzie Holden being urged into the hospital. But of course, health is the most important thing.
This front group has taken the initiative, and I think they're about to be brought back, though, because the motorbikes just in front of the peloton are starting to go by. 13 seconds, we're being told. Is that correct? There's the peloton. They are bringing them back. So the initiative taken by these key riders is not making the inroads they would have hoped for. There's the mural of Robert Miller, crowned the King of the Mountains in the Tour de France in 1984. Now Robert Miller, of course. Pippa York previously competed as Robert Miller. It's on the gable end of the Campsie Golf Club. And this is the Glengoyne distillery I was talking about a few moments ago. This warehouse is known as the Highland Line. You can enjoy some tours of the distillery here and learn all about the making of single malt whiskey. Leonardstown, just close to here, is the birthplace of Lulu, the singer. It looks like this might come back together and reset. Are you surprised this has come back together with so many strong riders in here?
Yeah, it was always touch and go, but I did think actually maybe they would going to stay away because the bunch wasn't really doing anything to bring them back, but they clearly got themselves together and decided, no, we cannot let this one go away. So Lizzie Deignan, I'm sure she'll be extremely frustrated. That was a great opportunity for her to try and get up the road early on. Now she'll need to sit back, recover, also with the other riders, because of course it was a big effort for them. It was a big effort for the peloton, but it was also for them. As we see Labous heading over to the left-hand side of the road, dropping back. She's saying, that's it, I need to recover. I'm getting back in this peloton. It's definitely coming back. I'm going to get back there quickly and try and recover. Or maybe she's actually having a problem. She's putting her hand straight up, heading to the back.
She is. Juliette Labous has got a problem. She's going to go all the way through the peloton. Her teammates worrying about her here because she is the team leader. Juliette Labous has gone from front to back, and she's got, I think, a front wheel puncture. It looks like that front wheel is a bit soft. The breakaway lasted 22 kilometres. It's been brought back, and Labous has immediately gone back to the team cars. Now we've got a little bit of stalemate. Deignan looks pretty comfortable. Well, she's tried once. Shimon Passio back on the left-hand side. It was a good escapade, wasn't it? 22 kilometres, and Labous now has got to try and get herself back in this race as quickly as possible. This is not going to be easy, is it, considering she's been in the breakaway all that time?
No, and now she's got to do an effort by herself to try and get back in. It just shows bike racing how quickly things can change, how you can go from the very, very front of the race and suddenly out the back. But thankfully for her, the peloton isn't deciding to continue those attacks. They're just bunched up again for the moment. Everybody, I think, needing a bit of a breather. But good to see Lizzie Deignan actually staying on the front, as we see the rider from Trinidad and Tobago, Tennille Campbell, deciding, you know what, I'm going to go for this one and I'm going to head up the road.
Tennille Campbell rides for the Jayco Alula team, a sole representative of Trinidad and Tobago. Going back to the team car here and deciding to have a chat is Lotte Kopecky. She looks so calm today. Looks like everything is under control. She's got a problem. Lotte Kopecky, has she got a rear wheel problem?
Yeah, she looks like she has. But you can just see how experienced this rider is. Other riders would be absolutely panicking. They would have already stopped the bike too early. They would be off faffing around. She stayed calm. She just signalled that she needed a new bike. And here we go again. Nice and relaxed. No energy wasted. And back in the peloton. And, of course, we mentioned her briefly that she's the out-and-out favourite. But one thing that I just cannot even fathom is the fact that she's been racing on the track this week. And not only racing, she's picked up gold medals. And then here we are in the road race, and she's still one of the race favourites, as we're seeing at the front. 3 riders now trying to go away. Campbell signalling to the other 2, come on, you need to help me, you need to go through, we need to work together.
Ella Wiley on the back for the team of New Zealand, and France now also represented in this front group of riders.
I have to say that Ella Wiley, I noticed her earlier in the year. She's a very young rider from New Zealand, but she finished 8th overall at the Tour Down Under. So for such a young up-and-coming talent, that was a big performance. She went on to win the youth category in the Tour of the Basque Country at Zulia earlier in the season. So a big talent there for New Zealand.
Second in the young riders classification in the Tour de France Femme. And now we've got a reset and a group of riders going clear. Some good riders in this group now as they settle in. Canada represented also with Olivia Barril.
The Belgian team seem to not want to let anything go away, though. As we said, they have one of the race favourites, Kopecky, and they know she's had her problem. She's at the back.
She's got a teammate with her in Julie van der Velde. They've all said that they are all in for Lotte Kopecky in this World Championship. They feel that this is the chance for Lotte Kopecky to win this world title. 154 between the 2 big pelotons. Lotte Kopecky doesn't look worried. She looks like everything's under control. The team car is there. Coming back with her is Juliette Labousse. So Labousse has got a free ride.
I think Labousse will be extremely happy to see the 2 Belgian riders in front of her and know that another race favourite is actually having a problem. It's not just her, but back to stalemate. We've seen the attacks. This is what seems to be happening quite a lot, which obviously shows the anticipation in the peloton and also the effort. They're not just attacking one after the other. It's not a group goes away, comes back, and a counter-attack. I think riders are actually suffering with these efforts and kind of looking around and thinking, you know what, I would actually quite like a little rest now. Let's just wait. We've still got over 100 kilometres to go, and they all know how hard these circuits are once they get to Glasgow.
Van der Velde brings back Lotte Kopecky. Kopecky finished surprisingly on the podium of the Tour de France. Everyone was a bit shocked with the performance that she put in. She was, without doubt, the rider of the race. It was incredible to watch how strong she was on so many different terrain. So Kopecky comes back with Julie van der Velde and Juliette Labousse. The peloton is all nice and calm right now. 107 kilometres to go.
So yeah, and as I was just speaking also about Kopecky on the track, she won 2 gold medals on the track, the points race, the elimination race. These other riders in this peloton were sat with the feet up doing training rides, solely focusing on this road race. She's gone from the Tour de France, where she wore the yellow jersey, of course, after winning that first stage and getting an incredible time gap. But not only did she win the flatter stages and really dominate, she was climbing out of her skin on that Tourmalet stage. So she's gone from the likes of the Tourmalet to the track, and now we're back on the road. It's absolutely unbelievable what that rider can do. second in the World Championships last year. She's a Belgium road race and time trial champion. She's had a whole string of impressive results this season, as we're seeing Marianne Vos again on the camera today. We've seen her a couple of times, haven't we?
Now a move from Mavi Garcia, riding for Spain, comes from Mallorca, on the front of this group now as she stretches the tempo a little bit more.
Elisa Balsamo, former world champion, behind her. The favourites, a lot of the stronger riders now we're seeing coming to the front, making sure they're attentive, because as often we see in many of these races, when the breakaway comes back, it's not long before another one goes away again. Another Italian rider, Consoni. Is she just going to get a bottle, have a little chat with the director? No race radio, so it's very important to try and get as much information as possible about tactics, time gaps. Also, sometimes a little bit of that extra motivation. What should we do? Should we wait? Should we attack? Do we wait for the circuits?
I'm not sure how much tactics she was getting. We're just being shouted Wenger at her.
Moral support.
Moral support for sure. The peloton has calmed right down. No one prepared to take the initiative. All the different big nations just trying to reform and reset.
Now, we've talked about Kopecky. We've seen her mainly because she actually had a problem. But if you think about the rest of the Dutch team, other than Marianne Vos, who was going out the back on the climb, the likes of Vollering, the likes of Van Vleuten, the likes of Weaves, we've not seen them. They are hiding. They know it's a long race and they know they've got a job to do when they get to the circuits. But if you generally try to look at the front of this peloton, you almost don't get to see them. Annemiek van Vleuten there, just appearing on the left as I mention her name, but nothing significant. They know this is the moment where they need to eat and drink, save themselves. They've got the teammates ahead, ready to really take on the workload, try and bring those breakaways back. And for them, the most important is just to chill at the moment in that group and save as much energy as possible.
Here we are, this is where we are currently. We are heading down towards Bearsden, which will be the run-in towards Glasgow and the race finish circuits. Down in Bearsden, you've got the Bearsden Baths, one of 16 known forts along the Antonine Wall, which is where the well-preserved ruins of the Roman baths and latrine were. Several Roman artefacts were also found there, including a carved head of a goddess. Tennille Campbell comes back into the peloton. Also, a Roman gaming board was found down in Bearsden as well. We're heading down towards Bardowie Loch, to the north of Glasgow. You'll find on that loch this is the second group we're finding at 1:11 with Marianne Vos, with Cedrine Kerbal and others. Vos might find herself back in the group if they continue for this sort of tempo for the next 20 kilometres or so. Marianne Vos might find herself back in the race. They're starting to catch the rear of the convoy as well. It may well be that these riders are going to find themselves back in with a chance, having been dropped on the Climb of Crow Roads. All of the convoy has been told to stop, and this is what happens now in bike racing. It used to be that the convoy would be left behind the peloton and a group like this would be allowed back. Now what happens as we go down past Bardowie Loch is that the commissaires open up a gap that they call a barrage, and that is where the riders have to close the last bit of the gap themselves without any help from cars or convoy or anything like that. They're making life more difficult for riders who've been dropped to be able to come back. Antonine Wall near here was the old Roman frontier, the most northerly point reached by the Roman Empire. It stretched from Old Kilpatrick on the Firth of Clyde to Bowness on the Firth of Forth, built in 142 AD. It's now a UNESCO World Heritage site, so it's very close to where the riders are riding here now. That wall took about 7,000 men to build. Having done all the work to close the gap, Germany are still riding tempo on the front. They did a fantastic job to close what was a very, very dangerous breakaway. And if you've just joined us now, we've had all sorts of action with that breakaway containing Ashley Moolman-Passio, Sanne Cant, Lizzie Deignan, Blanca Vass was in the group for a while, Juliette Labousse. So it was a dangerous move. Elise Shabby was also in there. But eventually it was all brought back together. And it was the German squad that did all the damage in ensuring that that race was closed down. Right-hand side, Amanda Spratt in the colours of Australia. She's the rider in the green and gold there with the red helmet. Rides for the Lidl Trek team as a trade team. The chase now is coming back. 39 seconds is now the advantage of the main bulk of the peloton. And it may well be that this peloton is going to let back in the likes of Marianne Vos into this race. And that might be a mistake, because Vos is going to be another attribute to the likes of Demi Vollering, not just because of her might, but also because Marianne Vos on a circuit like this in the finish will then come into her own. Even if she's not feeling good on the Crow Road, Marianne Vos will be feeling good when she gets to a circuit that's lefts and rights and feels like a Kermesse or a Criterium. She's being helped here by Shirin van Anrooy on the right-hand side as you look. Also the Australian team just trying to bring this race back together if they possibly can. And it looks like it is a distinct possibility. Great Britain have lost Lizzie Holden. She had a big crash just about 30 minutes ago. And all the big nations seem to be just cancelling each other out right now. Although Germany, with those two options of Ricarda Bauernfeind and also Liana Lippert, they seem to be riding with real focus and intent today to try and win this world title for the German team. Left-hand side, we see the team of Slovenia moving up. And here we are with that group of riders. 23 seconds. They can see now the back of the peloton, led here the chasing group by Marta Lack, who won one of the most combative rider awards in the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift. She's the rider in the red shorts with the white jersey. And they are getting closer now, and it looks like that junction is going to be made any moment now by this chasing group. It's been a long chase. Really, they were dropped around about 30 kilometres ago, and it looks like they are going to cancel everything out and come all back together.
Yeah, that's unfortunate actually for many riders in this main peloton, because as you were just mentioning, the likes of Marianne Vos dropped. Maybe not what most of us would have ever imagined to see Marianne Vos dropped in a World Championships, but the fact that she's actually been dropped, and just because this front peloton is riding very steady at the moment, she's been able to, well, almost, they're not quite back on yet, but ride a whole group of important riders back into this peloton. We also saw there was two Australian riders who have been racing on the track, Georgia Baker and Alex Manley. Alex Manley, of course, had an issue on bike mechanical. She needed a change of bikes, and that could have ruled her out of this race, but we're seeing it all come back together. And nobody at the front of this peloton at the moment seems to be doing anything about it. I think they are all anxiously waiting for the circuit.
We're not far away from the circuit now. 85.8 kilometres is when we reach the finish line. This is the chase. Cedrine Kerboal on the back. 22 years of age. Best young rider in the Tour de France. Time trial champion of France. Really showed us how good she was in that women's Tour de France, but she's desperately waiting for the team car, showing her experience, not going off the back of the peloton until she here's the team car just behind her. Then she looks around and thinks, okay, now the team is here. The team just calming her down, just making sure that they know you're coming back. A good moment here, Lucy, an important moment for the French squad. She's taking on bottles just as they come back to the race. You can see the group of riders just in front. And the team will have thought carefully about this, won't they? And thinking, OK, let's see if we can feed the riders.
Yeah, this is extremely good from the French team to be able to do that. And I'm sure they would have said in the meeting this morning, look, before we enter those circuits, it's going to be crazy. So if the race is at all steady, come back, get bottles for your teammates, make sure you're getting the fluids in. But I'm actually quite surprised we've only seen the French team doing that and not any more teams deciding to drop back, send their workers, get bottles, because as we've said time and time again, and as we've seen in those other races, the elite men and the men's under 23 races, once you get onto these circuits in Glasgow, bye-bye team car. It's almost impossible to have any communications with those team cars just due to the nature of the course. It's extremely narrow, it's extremely tight, so many corners, and as we're getting this great aerial shot to show us how far behind that group is, and it is a very large group, so if this comes back together before the circuits, that is really, really beneficial for that group behind. 23 seconds. Not long to go now till we enter Glasgow. And of course, we're seeing a large group, but we all know, everybody who's been watching those other races around Glasgow city centre circuit, we're seeing a peloton. They're all riding together, quite steady, quite close together, but we know as soon as we get onto those circuits, everything will change and it'll be strung out once again. Some riders here deciding, you know what, I'm going to take my chances, I'm going to try and get a head start before we go onto that tricky first part of the circuit. Of course, it's always good to have an advantage before you arrive. Kim Kadzau from New Zealand. Looks like the British team behind do not want to let this rider go away. We've not seen that much action recently, though. I think a lot of the riders are actually very nervous about this final circuit. They know it's going to hurt. They know it's going to be chaotic. And they're kind of biding the time, hoping to simply survive. Because for some of these riders, no matter how hard they've worked for this race, how much they train, it will be very hard just to simply survive this final circuit. We've seen the gradients of the steepest climb. It goes up to 14%. We've got corners, they have to brake, they have to accelerate. It's a very, very, very tricky circuit to finish on.
We fly over Stockingfield Park on the way into Glasgow through Bearsden. Little attack from New Zealand. We're inside the magic 100 kilometres to go. 98.7 kilometres remain. Welcome along. This is the UCI World Championship road race for women, the final road race of these World Championships. We are seeing the junction almost being made. It's tantalisingly close between Group 1 and Group 2. Group 2 contains Cedrinka, well, Marianne Vos and others, so they really need to close it and close it soon, because we're only 13 kilometres now from the finish line, and then that's where we really start the circuits.
Yeah, we can see here they really want to come back before this circuit, but of course we have to remember, if they're making a huge effort now, as soon as we get onto the circuit, it's obviously a lot harder for them to actually recover, but they know they're so close. They can see the front of the race. They can see this is their last opportunity to be in with the chance of getting a medal. If they don't make the junction before the circuit, it will almost be impossible. The rider from New Zealand, we can't see her right now on the shot, but still making her way ahead of that main front peloton, and it looks like they are going to be successful. The two groups are going to come back together, and I think actually for a lot of riders in this front peloton, they won't actually even realise there's a big group behind. They're just rolling along, taking in the fluids, taking in the extra energy gels before we arrive, and I think all these riders here will be thinking, wow, we did it, we actually made it. They would have had doubts that the race was completely over. They were out the back on that really tricky climb, and of course now they're all back into contention, trying to get their way from the back to the front of that peloton before the road narrows once again and we head into Glasgow. It's also such a tricky entrance to this circuit. Look how wide the road is, 4 lanes wide. The riders are able to move around freely. They're able to go from the front to the back, and then all of a sudden you turn onto the circuit and it's a car wide. It's very, very narrow. It's very tricky to move up into position. So this here will almost be like a sprint finish right now. We'll have the nations trying to position their leaders at the front of the pack, trying to make sure that they are in the best possible position, because of course, like yesterday, we saw some crashes, some mechanicals, riders getting caught behind at such key moments in the race and actually never coming back. And already now we're seeing a slight narrowing of the road, another corner as we count down the kilometres until we get to Glasgow.
Maryhill locks, the 5 locks that are here, just regenerated around that area recently for more ability to enjoy recreation time. We're 11 kilometres now from the finish line. The first of 6 laps will commence, as Lucy outlined. Difficult, tricky run into this circuit because you go wide road into very narrow roads, and that's where the teams you can start to see now forming up at the front. You can start to see distinct colours and lines where teams are bringing forward their designated leader or leaders for this circuit. Denmark up towards the front. We see in that red and white jersey with that yellowy orange coloured helmet is Amelia Didriksen, who won the World Championship in Qatar in 2016. She beat Kirsten Wild into second place. She'd just been a junior and moved in and won the world title. She also won the bronze medal in 2017. So Amelia Didriksen on this sort of circuit could be an interesting rider if she can make her way into a little group or something. Well, the fans having to step back very, very quickly off the road. The British team almost saying a little bit of a too close hello. There's Cedric Bowl, loaded up with bottles. And now she's jettisoning some of them. She realises the rest of the team don't need as many. I think she's got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 bottles. Number 86 here is Kim Kadzo, rides for New Zealand.
Yeah, she's only 21, young rider, but she's got herself a World Tour contract with the Jumbo Visma team, so she's got many teammates from different nations with her in this peloton. New Zealand, quite a small team here at this championships, but she's certainly not afraid to take it on. We'll see the list there of the starters for New Zealand, 5 riders in the race.
She's already had top 20 place in the Tour de Suisse. She was also 5th in the Mont Ventoux Denneville Challenge, so a good climber. Finishing up there towards the top of the Mont Ventoux, that challenge. You have to be a very good mountain climber to do that.
You certainly do, and I think she knows exactly what this circuit is like. We saw yesterday before the men's under-23 race, loads of these riders were rolling around, sprinting on the circuit, trying to get used to the corners. And now she's opened up a significant lead, 37 seconds, 38, 39. She's going to have a nice little buffer before we get to the front as we look to the British team heading to the front of this peloton.
You see they're greyed out, unfortunately. Lizzie Holden is no longer in the race after that big crash on the way down the descent after Crow Road. And now you see all the nations really firing forward. The Dutch are there, hanging on the back. I wouldn't say hanging on the back, actually. Sitting on the back is Urshka Ziegart. Always has that position. Alongside her, just towards the front, is Sarah Poiderman. There is Urshka Ziegart. This is not necessarily her circuit in any way whatsoever, but she's a strong rider. Sarah Martin is also there. Now Australia take control as they put Grace Brown into second wheel. Megan Jastrab up towards the front in the colours of the United States of America. She just missed. Oh, big crash on the left-hand side as they went into that turn. One rider hitting the deck. And it's one of the Dutch riders, I think, down.
Is it maybe Demi Vollering? We were talking about how it's so important to be near the front.
Bredevold hits the deck. Also, Naomi Rugg.
She's gone from the breakaway to a crash. This race has just been non-stop action from the get-go. Naomi Rugg, unfortunately, also involved.
And a bit of a squeeze there. Let's just take a look. Touch of wheels, Lucy, maybe. Right at the front again. We're seeing a lot of crashes at the front of these races.
Oh, wow, yes. And you can see more than anything, it's not just the riders that crash that are affected. The whole hold-up at the back as Anna Henderson really puts the power down on this first ascent on this course. It's just such a really tough circuit that you need to keep pushing down on the pedals, but it's a race of attrition. The first time up, maybe it doesn't feel so bad. The second time, the third time, the fourth time, it really begins to sting those legs. So it's going to be extremely difficult now for this 23-year-old to get back into contention.
You've ridden parts of this circuit previously in the national championships, haven't you?
I have, but I blocked it all out of my memory because it was that hard. I just remember time after time, lap after lap, the climbs just became like the most brutal climbs you've ever been up in your life. They're only short, so they don't appear to be that bad if you're quite fresh, but as your legs get more and more tired, it's like they are never ending. The gradients just saps everything you've got out of your legs, and we've seen it in all the races so far. Some riders look extremely fresh one lap, and by the time they get around to the next lap, they just simply don't have it anymore.
We see this little bit of the circuit. This is one of the trickiest parts of this course, and where we saw the initiative taken in the men's races and also in the junior women with Julie Begot, where they use that little left-hand turn or almost a U-turn and then onto this drag to really sap the strength out of the rest of the riders and pull groups of riders away.
Yeah, exactly, and this could be a very dangerous move. We're seeing lots of race favourites. Kopecky there, second wheel, Anna Henderson, Grace Brown on the back as well.
Demi Vollering is also in here, so Shabby is really pushing on the pressure here. Anna Henderson has got herself in the group for Great Britain. Demi Vollering is there as well. So Vollering clearly thinking, if I need to win this world title, I need to be in a front group, and goes away very early.
Yeah, this is extremely early to see such a aggressive move, and it was forced by Anna Henderson, the British rider, up that first climb. And the clear favourites on her wheel. We can see Leanne Lippert now coming to the front. They're looking at each other. They know they've made a big acceleration. They know they've got a gap. Kopecky still looking super relaxed. She knows she's got the legs. It's all about tactical racing for Kopecky here.
Anna Henderson keen to push this on a little bit. Goes to the front. As Lizzie Dinan said, the British team expect them to be very strong and taking the initiative. Henderson likes cornering. She likes to be quick through the turns, and a problem here for Lorena Wiebes. It's not going to be her day. She says goodbye to the peloton.
And that really signals to us how hard they attack that first climb, because she is one of the top riders in the world. She's, of course, a sprinter, but is not going to be her day today. She cannot go with those accelerations as we simply enter the circuit.
Felice Shabby's trying to mix this up a little bit. Henderson goes through, also in the group. This is a dangerous group. Silvia Persico, bronze medalist last time out. Lotte Kopecky, Demi Vollering, and trying to come across, suddenly flying away across, is Marlon Reusser, who's clearly feeling a bit better today. Leanne Lippert is in here. So you look at the group, you've got stage winners of the Tour de France, medalists in the World Championships. This is a very, very strong group of riders.
And look at the gradients on this climb. The legs are hurting. They've already made a big effort. They've established a small group, and just when you think you can have a little relaxation, a little moment to catch your breath, the road goes up once again.
You get a little rest in the middle, and then you go again. And Elise Shabby is putting on some serious power. Henderson looks around, sitting in the saddle, easily just pedaling her way up behind Elise Shabby, who puts on the power over the top. These riders trying to come back. One of them is Lorena Wiebes. She's with Misha Bredewald. So Lorena Wiebes, having looked like she's out of the race, trying to bring Bredewald back into the action, which will add a little bit more firepower to the Dutch fight.
Yeah, it certainly will, and we see with these riders, they don't give up. Even if they're not having a great day, even if they've had a mechanical, even if they've had a problem, as soon as they can, where the road maybe suits them a little bit flatter, a little bit easier, they try to get back in. And we've seen this circuit really is a race of attrition, as I was explaining before. Quite often, we've seen on the other races, whoever's at the front stays at the front. People come back from behind, but it's not so much necessarily attacking and attacking and attacking. It's just riders simply dropping out the back, unable to go with the pace and go with the accelerations and the sprints out of each corner.
We're almost at the line for the first time. Big attack from Marlon Reusser. She catches the group and goes straight past and goes on the offensive.
Well, we know she's got good legs. She, of course, won a gold medal already in the mixed team relay. You mentioned before, Ant, how she stopped in the individual time trial. She was...
Oh, big crash on the right-hand side. A number of riders have hit the deck here. That's a very big crash. Hitting the deck there for is Marta Jasulska. Also one of the French riders is down. Looks like one of the Australian riders also has hit the deck. That'll be Sarah Roy, I think, is down. Who was that just behind? One of the Movistar riders.
Norsgaard from
Oh, it's Emma
Denmark.
Norsgaard.
All of them holding their arms. It looks like they're all potentially injured and may not even be able to rejoin this race. They're certainly not getting up quickly and onto their bikes.
Emma Norsgaard. It is Sarah Roy is down.
You can see all the jersey ripped.
The doctors will be there any moment. And Emma Norsgaard, unfortunately, had a big crash at the beginning of the season. She won a stage of the Tour de France. She broke her collarbone in multiple places, and this looks like it might be the same thing. Norsgaard has been riding so well recently.
It's not looking good, is it, for these riders?
Marlon Reusser, look at this. She's into time trial mode. She couldn't time trial the other day, but Reusser now has decided, well, let's go out and try and rip this race apart with that smooth pedaling action.
She's so solid on a bike. You can tell she's a time trialist just with the way she handles the handlebars. She's very, very solid at the front. Simply her legs producing all the power. She didn't have a good day the other day. She stepped off. She explained why, but she's coming back today clearly a bit more refreshed and in a better headspace to try and help her team and try and take on these World Championships. As Anna Henderson, once again, clearly having good legs today and a lot of motivation. She was the one who, when we entered the circuit, put the hammer down on the climb, established that first move. They almost got caught, and she's going again now in pursuit of Reusser.
Look how small this peloton is.
We've not even completed one lap, and this is how many riders have been put under pressure. The peloton is, I'd almost say, halved in size.
Bearing in mind, two big groups came together just before we came into Glasgow. We're about 3 kilometres from the line for the first time.
I think that's Marianne Vos there, looking back, trying to see how far behind this second group is. The pelotons did regroup, the two chasing groups, before we came on the circuit, but of course they would have had to spend a lot of energy just even to get back into contention before we entered this circuit. But very dangerous duo at the front. Of course, both very strong time trial riders.
Anna Henderson, who almost got a medal in the individual time trial with Reusser. Henderson is going to get a good bit of slipstream behind Marlon Reusser. Reusser, when Anna Henderson goes to the front, won't get quite as much assistance. but around this circuit, maybe not quite so important. 87.6 kilometres to go. 2.1 kilometres till we reach the line for the first time. Well, sadly, we've lost Marta Jaskulska, Victoire Berthaud, Emma Norsgaard in that crash, also Sarah Roy. And we've lost Lizzie Holden with a crash. We haven't been told they've all abandoned yet, but it doesn't look like they're going to get back on their bikes. Now Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig starts to show her initiative. She's the rider in red and white, a stage winner in the Tour de France last year. Everybody just checking around to see what the situation is. If you've just joined us, we had a group of riders go away early. It included Lizzie Deignan, it included Juliette Labousse. It was a dangerous group of riders. Ashley Moolman-Passio was also in there. Look at the way Reusser rides. Onto Montreux Street for the first time. 14.5% in the middle. And a group of riders coming across. 5 riders in here, trying to make their way across to the leaders. This looks like a very dangerous move. They've just attacked.
That would be a perfect situation for Reusser if she has a teammate coming across. But the peloton, or we can't really call it a peloton anymore, the main group, should we say.
The advanced party.
Yeah, are just behind another big group, and I think we're going to see this the entire day. Just groups going out the back, riders going off the front. It's not like a traditional World Championships where you may have a main peloton as they come through the Flamme Rouge to take the finish line for the first time.
The riders making their way into Glasgow for the first time across the line. After the run into the circuit of 68.3 kilometres, and it's going to be Reusser and Henderson who lead, being chased by a group of riders that contains Elise Shabby in there again. Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig, I think, is just on the back. Yeah, but it is Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig. This circuit will suit her perfectly with this climb every single lap. And the pace of the chase is still pretty high, up towards the front still. Ashley Moolman-Passio. Megan Jastrab is up towards the front as well. But Henderson taking on this race looks comfortable. The first time that the riders are going to cross the line. And it's going to be Marlon Reusser in time trial modes. Great to see her at the front of this World Championship. Blanca Vass is on the front of the peloton. She was in the breakaway right at the start. So it's Marlon Reusser leading with Anna Henderson, a little group of riders just behind, about to make the junction. 6 laps of racing to go.
Now, of course, we've mentioned a few times how the riders here do not have race radios. So they'll be coming through the finish line. I think a couple of them will be trying to glance up, see who's in the group, read some of those names. 6 laps to go. Lizzie Deignan looking comfortable in that main group, always towards the front, being very, very attentive.
In that chasing group, Anishka Skalnak-Soika, Rianne Marcus, Soraya Paladin, Elise Shabby and Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig. The average speed so far is 38.788 kilometres an hour.
This is the next group on the road, 47 seconds behind. It just shows how brutal this circuit is. We've seen almost a huge peloton entering the circuit together, and all of a sudden, after one lap, they are fragmented into a million pieces.
And when you mention the riders at the front of this group, and we go through like the first 20 riders, you've got Reusser, you've got Soraya Paladin, Elise Shabby, Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig, Lotte Kopecky, Lizzie Deignan, Ashley Moolman-Passio, Sylvia Persico, Alison Jackson, Liana Lippert, Demi Voller and Cara Consoni, Megan Jastrab in the top 17 riders at the front of the race. They're making no mistake. They know you need to be at the front.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like other road races that we see around Europe where you maybe can sit near the back, choose your moment, do an attack. The attacks happen from the front. The race happens from the front. You have to be in the front of this race to have any chance of going for those medals.
In the leading group of riders then, we've got 7 riders have taken the initiative. Rian Marcus of the Netherlands, Soraya Paladin of Italy, Elise Chabi and Marlon Reusser of Switzerland, Anna Henderson of Great Britain, Aniszka Skalnak-Sojka of Poland, and Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig of Denmark.
And now, this is the second group. Lizzie Deignan once again at the front, but she's saying, I'm not doing this work, I've got a teammate up the road. Looking back, looking for somebody else in that group to simply go to the front and really realise this is a dangerous move.
Amelia Diedrichsen, former world champion, on the back. Just in front of her.
Rider from the breakaway early on, Sankant from Belgium. She's decided she wants to try and get across. We're just getting glimpses of defending world champion Van Vleuten there in the orange gilet. Obviously was a bit wet at the start. She's decided not to take that extra clothing off just yet. She grabs a bottle and you can see the riders gritting the teeth out the saddle. Except Kopecky, she looks extremely composed, doesn't she?
Kopecky looks like she's out for a Sunday ride and is going to stop at the cafe on the bottom of George Square on the way around this circuit. She looks so easy. Marlon Reusser continues. She's got Elise Chabi with her. They're good friends. She's looking after her interests. She took the initiative. This race is starting to kick back together. Kopecky jumps, and Kopecky jumps very, very hard. She goes to try and go across and close the gap. Immediately onto the wheel goes Annemiek van Vleuten. Lizzie Deignan jumps as well, so does Liana Lippert. Lotte Kopecky doesn't want to take any chances with a group going away.
No, she certainly doesn't. And now we've got 2 Swiss riders in that front group. It makes it a lot easier for them to stay away. They can put the likes of Reusser on the front to do the legwork to make sure this group stays away. And Kopecky is not having any of it. She went through the finish line. She saw the time gap. She knew they were in reach. She'll now see them. This is one of the few points of the circuit where you can actually get a bit of a glance at the group in front. So I don't think it'll be too long before this is brought back once again and we're seeing more attacks.
The longest straight on this course is 900 metres. You get no real chance to see anybody. Once you're into the little twists and turns of this street, it's very, very difficult. Another big attack at the front. 2 riders jumping away. A couple of riders taking the initiative now. And it looks like Blanka Vas has recovered from being dropped on their way up Crow Road. It looks like Elena Eric of Serbia is going across with her. So 2 riders jumping away to see if they can get in the front group. Blanka Vas obviously just had a really bad moment on Crow Road.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was simply because it was such a hard climb, such a heavy climb, because she was looking very strong when the lead group was on the flat roads earlier on. And she's obviously recovered enough to say, OK, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to try and get in the front. And, of course, she's here alone. She doesn't have a strong team with her.
She's a sole rider, as you said. So she's got to do everything on her own. But we know how good in cyclocross she is. She's one of the best young cyclocross riders in the world. And this sort of twists and turns and intense effort will now suit her. Now she's on terrain that she's happy with.
Yeah, exactly. She survived the first tricky part of the race as we now look at Grace Brown. Of course, the silver medalist just a few days ago in the individual time trial championships.
Soraya Paladin onto the front, rides for the team of Canyon Schramm on the road, ups the tempo, twice a stage winner in Vuelta Burgos. She's now 30 years of age, swings across, lets Elise Chabi go through, and she's a teammate of hers in the trade teams in the World Tour. Elise Chabi, 30 years of age from Switzerland, a stage winner in the Tour of Switzerland. Belgium just trying to take the initiative now in this second peloton. This is the chase. The riders making their way through the green lined streets in this particular area. 81 kilometres of racing to go. Well, thanks for joining us. It has been an interesting race so far. It's been pretty full-out action from the start. Lots of teams taking the initiative to try and get away into various different groups. Looks like we've got a bit of a move going on here. Anna Shackley up towards the front for Great Britain. And it looks like this might come back together again. We seem to have lost the real force in this front group.
Yeah, they set out so hard pushing on the pedals, particularly on those climbs, but I think they've realised it isn't going to be a group that's going to stay away for a long time. They're certainly still going to stay towards the front of the peloton, but maybe not in the shape and form that they were of 6 riders. It's all back together now. The main front section of this race, I can't call it a peloton because it simply isn't. We're at the finish line here and we're still seeing groups and groups of riders coming through the finish line, so it's split up completely. We've got riders all over this course.
80 kilometres to go, and it's all coming back together. A bigger group of riders now at the front of this Women's World Championship. Now that we see how things are unfolding, if we start to think about favourites of the race, we've talked about a number of the different teams and the possibility of who might win this race. We've talked about the Dutch, we've talked about the Italians, we've talked about a problem here, and it looks like a problem for Megan Jastrab. Jastrab is looking for a team car, and we've said how difficult it is to find a team car and to get back into the race. Well, Jastrab was looking good, but now she is asking for a team car to come up. There's a bit of a lull in the action, so the young American finished second in Ghent-Wevelgem. She's been strong this season. Recently she had a couple of big crashes, one in the Tour de France, one just before the Giro d'Onna. She might get the chance to come back in.
Great to see these overhead shots. Plenty of clouds around, but thankfully at the moment it's dry in Glasgow. And I think before we came into this World Championships, a lot of the riders had seen the course, they'd ridden the course, and they were all extremely nervous about what it would be like if the roads were wet and we had a really typical Glaswegian wet day. But thankfully the rain is holding off for the moment.
Now we've got a bit of stalemate across the front of this peloton. Annemiek van Vleuten on the left-hand side. She's now up towards the front, and she will always look to take her opportunity if it presents itself. Back on the left-hand side, 23 is Grace Brown. And just starting to hurt a little bit, Loretta Hansen. Ashley Moolman-Pasio, in the colours of South Africa, has ridden a very, very good race so far. Always near the front.
We have to remember, Ants, the first time the riders came onto this course, there was a lot of anticipation, a lot of nerves. They know it's tight, they know it's technical. We saw a crash on the first corner, the entry into the circuit. We've seen gaps opening up, and I think a lot of riders now will just be taking a breath, feeling a little bit more relaxed, knowing that they're on the circuit, they've made their way around it once, but there's still 80 kilometres to go. They can't get too excited too early. It's a hard course. Every single time we go into one of these corners, the riders have to, of course, slam on the brakes, pace themselves carefully around the corner, but then it is a huge acceleration out the other side. Gear choice is crucial. You don't want to be jumping out of a corner with a really big gear every single time, or it will sap everything out of your legs. We're seeing not only corners, but like this one here, a really tight bend and uphill. Gear choice, all of these tiny things, nutrition come into play, and it is what makes the winner. Whether you've done all these things correct, whether you've saved your legs, you've used your gearing correctly, you've managed to fuel, because of course there's not that many moments on this course where you actually can quickly open up a bar, open up a gel, get the energy, the nutrition in. And a lot of the time in normal World Tour races, the riders will have the team car behind, they'll have the race radio, the directors there just to remind them, keep eating, keep drinking. It's so simple, and you think everybody can remember this, but when you're under pressure, when you're suffering, when you're just so fully focused on the race ahead, what's happening in front of you, it is actually quite easy to forget the simple things like eating and drinking. And then suddenly you come into the back end of any race and you realise, I feel empty. Why do I feel empty? Because I've not taken on enough fluids, I've not had enough gels. So I think these moments now where the peloton's a little bit more relaxed, certainly not completely relaxed, they will have that leeway, that freedom to just think, okay, this is a good moment to eat, this is a good moment to drink, this is a good moment to regather my thoughts, try to speak with my teammates, although it's not that easy, as we can see now. Again, the road narrowing, it is relentless. Nice aerial shot though, just to really show how much this race has fragmented. We're seeing a group of 25, maybe 30 riders left in this 2023 Road World Championships, and we still have 77 kilometers remaining. Shot of the back of the peloton here. We call it a peloton, but as we've said before, it's not really a peloton anymore. It's simply the remains of the race. As we see Amelia Farlin, multiple Swedish champion, having a problem with a bike.
There's been a few mechanicals, a few issues, a few punctures here and there. Amelia Farlin, she's jammed the chain again. This happens more and more now, doesn't it? Do you think it's because the riders now have so many gears on the bikes and everything's electronic now, isn't it? For new fans, you may not have realised that nearly all these riders are on electronic gears. Yeah,
it's very surprising. We've seen it in a lot of the races recently. The riders doing the same thing, and I'm not exactly sure why. I mean, we are on, of course, a city circuit. Abandonment there from Lorena Wiebes. Very interesting.
Wiebes obviously tried to bring her teammate back into the race, but Lorena Wiebes is now out. This circuit doesn't suit her at all, I would say. But the riders have got so many rear sprockets, haven't they? Everything is finely tuned, and one little thing could be the rain, the grit, or anything that's happened. It can kick it out now and then, and we see more and more mechanicals.
Yeah, we certainly do. And again, on a typically traditional circuit, an open road like we saw on the way in, maybe it wouldn't be a problem. But here, it's so difficult to get a race bike from the team car. You can see in the shots, there's no team cars behind. And this is a big blow for Farlin to be out of that group. She finished 4th in the World Championships previously a few years ago. There's only 3 riders for Sweden. I think only 2 of them actually took to the start line this morning, so she is the main representative here, and unfortunately just losing contact with that front group.
Now taking on her position at the front of the peloton, Elena Cecchini.
Leanne Lippert always towards the front. Of course, a very, very experienced rider, still very young, but she's certainly looking good in this championship. Says Lizzie Deignan wants to get away. She's already been up the road today in the breakaway, but she's saying, I'm not having any of this rolling around. We need to take this race on.
Blanca Vasco's with her again, former teammate. Blanca Vas kicks it into that corner. Lizzie Deignan immediately onto the wheel. Deignan wants to make this as hard as she possibly can on this circuit, but we know that she knows this circuit well.
She certainly does. She won the Commonwealth Games here a few years ago. She's raced the national championships, of course, where she won. She knows the steep climbs. She knows the corners. This is her bread and butter on the way in, the open roads, the heavy tarmac. It's a home games. She's, of course, had 2 children since she won that Commonwealth Games title. She's bounced back. She won the very first women's Paris-Roubaix. She's been a phenomenal role model to so many women, the way she has bounced back and come back from having her first child to win races, not only just be in the races and competitive, but winning. And she targeted this championships, of course, being here in Glasgow.
But because she knows the circuit so well, she's won here. She looks like she's having one of those days. As another big attack happens from Great Britain, Dijkman looks across, sees Anna Henderson kick away again. But she knows that if she's got those diamond legs, one of those diamond leg days, it's very hard to beat her.
Yeah, exactly. As we see Kopecky, she's not getting any of her teammates to follow these moves. She's clearly feeling good, and she's saying, no, 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 we are not letting more riders, more dangerous riders go up the road. And not only is she chasing Anna Henderson down, but she's decided to go through and really push on those pedals.
A big move by Lotte Kopecky. Being distanced now is Shireen Van Anrooy, but the favourite of this race has decided it's time to take the initiative. Shakes her head. Pasico says, no, I'm not working with you today. And Anna Henderson says, come on, slot in, do some work. Shireen Van Anrooy looking for a bottle, takes that back on board. Towards the back, number 106 is Ingrid Gaskin. And Kopecky not happy with the combination. She did say before the race that everything this season, this is the biggest race of the year, this is the biggest aim. She wants to be world champion. But she also said, as we go back here with Mavi Garcia, problem for her potentially. I'd be surprised if she's getting dropped. Mavi Garcia not having a good moment as we see another big attack. Lotte Kopecky said that she thought that potentially the Italians might conduct a bit of a raid on her and would basically mark her out of the race. And that's happening a little because Silvia Pasico immediately, no, I'm not working with you.
Yeah, it certainly is happening. And I think also not only the Italians, but I think we've got a lot of teams here that really want to mark Kopecky. They know she is the rider to beat on this type of course. Not only has she proven she's got good legs, she's got good form, but the way this circuit lends itself, it really does lend itself to her characteristics. She's of course won the likes of, she's almost won every race, but she's won the Tour of Flanders. She can really handle those punchy climbs. And that's exactly it. She goes, riders sit behind. They're not going to help her. They're not going to take her to the line. But it's interesting for me to see the British team. We saw Lizzie Dijkman attacking, which maybe was to try and get away herself, but maybe not, because as soon as she came back, it was Anna Henderson. As we see now, the British road race champion, Fight for Georgie, coming to the front. So I think that British team, they're really trying to take this race on and go one after the other, counter-attack until a group goes up the road. But at least Shabby, what a day she's having. She's already been in the lead group early on.
She's having the day of her life, the Swiss rider, Elise Shabby. She's putting Belgium on the back foot. Every single initiative that is taken, she wants to make it hard. Sitting towards the back for the United States of America, Lauren Stevens, wearing number 72. Just in front of her for Canada, Olivia Barril. But Elise Shabby, yet again, another big attack. It's either her or Marlon Reusser, or both of them, who are in the various leading groups, as Shabby really revs it up this climb the next time. Massive group of fans cheering these riders on. This 30-year-old Swiss rider from Geneva kicking hard onto this Montreux Street this time. Coming up towards the end of another lap in this Women's World Championship. Still the big names are near the front. Ashley Moolman-Pasio again in the green and yellow of South Africa is towards the front as well. Marta Lack is up towards the front, I think, for the team of Poland as we make our way around the next turn and head down towards the completion of another lap of racing.
Still 72 kilometres remain. Every time I see the riders heading up that steep Montrose climb, they don't look too bad at the moment, but we have to remember there's 72 kilometres to go. That's certainly going to change over the next few laps, but the Swiss riders certainly really in form at this championship. They've already won a gold medal, of course, in the mixed team relay. That was both Shabby and her teammate Reusser. So they've had that taste of the gold medal. They want another one today here in the Elite Women's Road World Championships.
Well, they know they cannot let Elise Chabi go because Chabi is a really strong rider. She's finished 4th in the Paris-Roubaix, 5th in the UAE Tour, 5th in the Tour de Suisse, 5th in Liège-Bastogne-Liège. She's just missing that big victory that we know that she's capable of. Stage winner in the Tour of Switzerland as well. She's a rider who is kind of been knocking on the door of a massive win. And a massive win could be the World Championships. She's clearly looked at this circuit and thought, you need to be on the front foot. You've got to be in the moves. You've got to be on the attack. And that's what she's doing right now. And she's putting Switzerland in a great position.
Yep, she certainly is. She's saying to the other teams, come on, you've got to do the chasing. We've done a lot of the work so far. You really need to take it on, as Belgium is doing now, and that's perfect for isolating Kopecky. You force the other teammates to work, leaving Kopecky potentially isolated later on as they come through once again. 5 laps to go this time. 71.1 kilometers still remaining for this constantly whittling down group. It's getting smaller and smaller.
5 laps of racing to go. Let's look how many riders are in the peloton this time. It's a small group of riders. At the front, it's Justine Guerquera, who sets the tempo for Belgium. And that group of riders are now averaging 38.5 kilometres an hour. There's only 31 riders left in this peloton, or 30 in the peloton, 1 rider up the road.
We have to remember we started with over 200 riders in this Elite Women's World Championships. So to say we're still 5 laps to go, 70 kilometres, and there's only 31 riders left, it just shows you how brutal this championships has been so far. They have taken no prisoners. Nobody has been able to hide in the wheels on this circuit.
No one has surrendered at all to the various skirmishes and attacks. The average speed, 38.5 kilometres an hour. This group of riders still contains so many big names. Consoni, Persico, Dijkman, Kopecky, Ludwig, Jackson, Vollering, Cicchini, Anna Henderson, Skalnak-Soika, Annemiek van Vleuten, Vass is there. So is Juliette Labous, Grace Brown, Shireen van Anrooij. Also Christina Schweinberger, who rode so well in the time trial the other day. Here is the chase at 1 minute and 42 seconds.
Any names, any big names missing for you in that group, Ant? Any surprises?
Marianne Vos is the only one, and also Ricarda Bauernfeind is also in the second group on the road, I think. That's a little bit of a surprise. Apart from that, this front group of riders contains all of the key favourites, I would imagine.
It certainly does, and I think we can see the Italians, they've still got 4 riders in this front group. Some of the other riders not named are only 1 minute 42 behind. It's a big ask to get them back into this front group.
Grace Brown is in there for Australia.
We've also got Loretta Hansen from Australia up there to support Grace Brown, who of course finished second in the time trial. We saw, unfortunately, Sarah Roy was involved in a crash, and if you look to the right you can see Georgia Baker was in the race. She's now filming on the side of the road.
I don't necessarily see Amanda Spratt in this peloton, which is maybe a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, she was the one rider I was looking down the list trying to see exactly where she was. I think she's a bit further back. Not necessarily a circuit that suits Amanda Spratt. She prefers the, of course, long, lengthy, mountainous terrain.
Elena Erich towards the back. The Italians have got a number of riders in here still. This is the Gallery of Modern Art and the Duke of Wellington statue. At the moment, there's a nice exhibition of Banksy in this particular gallery. 25 years of Banksy's work being shown in that particular gallery. Not a good day. Some upset riders at the end of this race. Brodie Chapman abandons the World Championship. It means so much to these riders to just be in the World Championship, but they woke up this morning with dreams of either winning this race or delivering for their country. And when it goes wrong, it's an emotional moment. We don't always kind of just remember that and realise that.
Yeah, and not only that, there's so much pressure before the event. Pressure mostly that the riders put on themselves. They want to really perform at the best. They want to perform for their nation, and if something goes wrong, if you underperform, if you have some bad luck, you have a crash, a mechanical, things just don't go your way, maybe it's just not your day and you simply don't have good legs, it really, really, really takes its toll, and the emotions come out, as we could see there for Brodie Chapman. It's a special race. It's like no other race. It's the World Championships. It's once per year. It means so, so much. As we catch back up now with Elise Shabby, the 30-year-old, riding very strongly at the front. She knows she's only got a small gap, 15 seconds for the moment, but she is holding that 15 seconds.
Looks good. She's got that little data stick underneath the saddle, which is where we're taking all the timing from. Gericke on the front for Belgium. Did such a great job in the Tour de France, setting the tempo for Lotte Kopecky. Kopecky now has slotted back a little bit further down this group of riders. Belgium is undergoing what they call the Kopecky effect right now.
But saying that, Lotte Kopecky is, as we keep mentioning, one of the strongest riders in this race. But she does only have one teammate with her in this front group. She's sending her to the front to work at the moment, but once she runs out of teammates, she will be isolated in that group, and we're seeing still a lot of Dutch riders, a lot of French riders, a lot of nations with numbers.
Yeah, there are a number of nations who are in a good position here. Right on the back, wearing number 66, is Cecilia Trup-Ludwig. Didn't have the best of Tour de France. Maybe today will be her day. Also in here, the team of Poland. Agnieszka Szkalnak-Sojka. They've lost Kasia Niewiadoma, unfortunately, this morning. We've talked about the Italians. We've talked about the Dutch and the way they might play things. We've talked about Belgium. Their out-and-out leader is, without doubt, Lotte Kopecky. Germany we talked about and the way that they are riding for now, Liane Lippert. Any other riders that we should consider as possible winners of this race?
It's so hard to say on this kind of course because anything can happen, but I have to say I've been looking a lot at Alison Jackson after, of course, she won Paris-Roubaix this year, but the kind of rider she is, she's not afraid to just go up the road, really put it all out there, and I think this course could actually suit her. She's in that front group. We've not seen a lot of her actually. Early on in this race we saw her come to the front, a couple of small attacks. But since we've been on the circuit we've not seen too much, so I'm wondering if she's waiting in the wheels, ready to launch one of those trademark attacks. But saying that, I feel like a lot of these riders will just be waiting for the Dutch riders. The Dutch team to do what they always do almost every single World Championships. They attack one after the other, after the other, after the other, until there's no more riders able to follow them.
Canada have also got Simone Boyar in here, who can help Alison Jackson, or she can take her own initiative as we fly over the Glasgow Science Centre and Tower here, which is in the area around about the big tower. You can see there the Science Centre in the background, which has got the planetarium, and the tallest fully rotating freestanding structure in the world is here in Glasgow in that tower. So it rotates. It's got great views of the city from the viewing platform up there on the top. Shabby is now starting to build her advantage. 28 seconds we now have. Chubby is putting in a fantastic performance today. And a problem here for Annemiek van Vleuten. This could be game over for Annemiek van Vleuten. She's at the back of the peloton.
Telling the commissaire's car there she has an issue. It's very difficult to get a team car from the back.
Oh, and Annemiek van Vleuten has to stop. And she stops on the wrong side of the road. She decides to have a full bike change. And she's not sure what is happening here. She's decided to go front wheel instead. The mechanic is ready. She was going to have a bike change.
She's definitely looking a bit stressed.
She's more than stressed, Annemiek van Vleuten.
I think she was asking, or she wanted a bike change. The mechanic came out with a wheel. She knows it's going to be so hard to get back, but she, of course, is a former World Time Trial champion. She's good at powering away.
The issue there she probably had, Lucy, is in a trade team she would just radio and say bike change. Here she's not got any radio. She has to go with what the team decide, and they decided you need to go with the front wheel.
Exactly, and to get that information back, it's not that simple, it's not that easy. And as you mentioned, she actually stopped on the right side of the road, which of course is just natural for her. But we are in the UK, as now we see
big attack.
Uttrup Ludwig from Denmark going on an attack on this steep climb.
This is a big initiative now. Tour de France stage winner Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig puts in a massive attack. This is a huge move by Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig. 65 kilometres to go, and she decides that it's time to try and fire.
The reaction behind riders not wanting anybody else to go up the road. Again, it's the Italians that seem to be chasing down a lot of these moves.
Whoa. Just had to right the bike through that corner. Now Annemiek van Vleuten is chasing on the back of the peloton. Shireen van Anrooy knows that Annemiek van Vleuten is out the back and potentially waiting to try and bring her back into the race. There's the rundown of the Dutch team. Van Vleuten, Marcus, Vos, Adigas, Shireen van Anrooy, Misha Bredewald, Demi Vollering.
We've not seen much of today, have we, Vollering? She's almost not been in amongst any of the action, perhaps waiting later for an attack. But this is a big blow for the Netherlands to have Annemiek van Vleuten out the back with a problem.
Puncture at the wrong time for the defending champion, Annemiek van Vleuten. She won and here is Annemiek van Vleuten. Is that now a bike change as well?
Yeah, I think this is a second separate incident. It looks like she has changed her bike. Mavi Garcia was just in front, and of course we saw Garcia further back, already dropped in this race, so it just shows how far behind Van Vleuten is right now. 1 minute 22 to be precise.
Wow, she's a long way behind after the wheel change and the bike change. Annemiek van Vleuten desperately trying to get herself back into the race. This is her final ever World Championships. Wow, she's gone down that descent at 74 kilometres an hour. Locks it into the next right-hander.
It wouldn't be a World Championships without some drama from Van Vleuten, whether it's her attacking off the front of the race and surprising everyone, crashing, mechanicals. She always seems to have some sort of action, some sort of drama in the race. She's had a phenomenal career and a phenomenal season. She won the Giro d'Onne, she won the Vuelta, which was earlier this year in May. She had a whole host of results, and it looked like nobody would be able to topple her until she crumbled, essentially, at the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift, where she finished off the podium.
It was a surprise not to see her on the podium in the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift. Everybody expected that it would be first or second place for her, but it never happened. She's fighting her way back in. You have to say that last year was just as dramatic when she re-caught the front group just before the finish, attacked on the right-hand side of the road, and somehow won the world title with the best move of the race. She's chasing and she's trying to come back with Mavi Garcia and these two riders have had some tussles. You remember the day that Mavi Garcia was heading towards a win in Strade Bianche, and then Annemiek van Vleuten caught her just before the finish line, went on and won the race.
Yeah, she certainly did. And I was just thinking back to that World Championships last year when Van Vleuten, of course, won. And we have to remember, she won the race with a broken elbow after crashing early on in the mixed team relay a few days earlier. She wasn't even going to take to the start line. She was in the World Championships as a domestique rider, as a helper. She'd done a whole host of work early on, and then the true racer that she is, it all came back together towards the finish, and she launched a dominating attack and actually went on to win the race. So yeah, as I said, it would not be a championship event without Van Vleuten having some issues or drama, whether it be positive or negative.
Just taking a look at this group of riders as they make their way onto this climb again. 62.5 kilometres of racing to go. The Great Britain team have got 4 riders in this group, including Anna Shapley. We've not really spoken about her at all. Now we get a big attack. Remember, Elise Chabbey is the leader. Rianne Marcus is in second place on the road. But now we get a big attack over the top. A couple of nations going clear, including Italy, as we see Annemiek van Vleuten fighting to try and get herself back in the race. She catches Loes Adigas, who was there to try and help her. And look at van Vleuten go.
She's just passed a teammate like she was standing still, and it just absolutely shows how strong and how much Van Vleuten is riding with intent today.
It's Lotte Kopecky who's gone on the attack. Kopecky's decided that now is the time.
This is from the Netherlands, Rianne Marcus, former road race time trial champion, time trial champion of the Netherlands, former road race champion.
Well, Kopecky now has gone across to Rianne Marcus. This is a big move by Kopecky. She's literally just ridden away. She's got Silvia Persico with her on the wheel. And a lot of nations have missed this move of Lotte Kopecky. Desperately trying to get on terms is Agnieszka Skalnak-Sojka of the Polish squad. She's sitting on the back. And a number of other nations desperately trying to put themselves in a winning position here, including, I think, Liana Lippert trying to come across as Marlin Reusser, but Lotte Kopecky is now using her attributes on this course. This is Elena Cecchini at the back of the group. Her work is done for Italy.
It was quite interesting to see the rider from the Netherlands, Marcus, actually at the front, but of course she may not actually know Van Vleuten, the former world champion, the defending champion, was off the back with a problem, because as we keep saying, the riders do not have radios.
Lotte Kopecky looks around. A little quartet. The chase is Liana Lippert, Marlin Reusser. Also in that chase looks a little bit like a Danish rider, but I can't quite see from here. But it's Lotte Kopecky, Rianne Marcus, Silvia Persico, Agnieszka Skalnak-Sojka, just joined now by Liana Lippert. And this gap is significant and it's dangerous. A number of groups of riders now on the road. And Kopecky said the Italians will probably mark me out of this race. That'll be their plan, and it looks like that could be the plan as we get into the feed zone yet again. So at the front, Reusser in the second group, Kopecky, Persico, Marcus, Liana Lippert. On the back is Skalnak-Sojka, also Marlin Reusser. Here's Lotte Kopecky.
She's clearly getting frustrated with the lack of work, but as you said, Anne, it's the Italian team. They are marking Kopecky. Everywhere she goes, there's an Italian rider following.
Yeah, every attack she's made, Persico's been there, or another rider has been on the wheel. Skalnak-Sojka goes to the front, decides to just up the tempo a little. couple of nations have missed this, notably Great Britain, who've been on the offensive for the majority of the race and have got 4 riders in this group. Australia also, but they look like they are sitting towards the back. The 2 riders from Australia, Grace Brown and Loretta Hansen. Who else has missed this? The Danish squad, Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig has missed it. And look at Annemiek van Vleuten, who's almost back. She's nearly in the convoy.
Yep, she's a rider that doesn't give up, and you can even see Mavi Garcia struggling to even stay on the wheel.
This is our solo leader. If you've just joined us now, we're inside the final 60 kilometres of this race. Elise Shabby has been one of the main animators of this World Championship today. She has done the best ride I've ever seen her do. It's been very, very impressive. Also, the Dutch have missed out on this breakaway, apart from Marcus, and that's probably not a good option for them, is it? They would worry about Lotte Kopecky winning from this group.
Yeah, Marcus, of course, a strong rider, but maybe not the favourite, maybe not the leader of that team today. But as we said earlier, we haven't actually seen much of Vollering in that main group. She's hiding. We've not seen where she is exactly this whole day, so she's keeping quiet for the moment. It's still a fairly large group, but we do have 59 kilometres still remaining, and Kopecky is not afraid to be the one leading this group. She only has one other teammate with her at the front of the race, but she is not going to sit back and let this world title ride away. She's potentially in the form of her life. She's just won 2 gold medals on the track last week. She, of course, wore the yellow jersey at the Tour de France Femme avec Swift, where she also won the opening stage. It's the World Championships. She's here to win, and she does not want to leave any chances.
Elise Shabby continues on to Montreux Street. Now, does Lotte Kopecky take the initiative here and just attack hard and get rid of everybody? Is this the moment she puts this World Championship to bed? Let's wait and see. Her fan club are on the right-hand side. Everybody fighting for position. Shireen van Anrooy just hanging on the back. A couple of riders coming across now to join up with the Kopecky group. Maybe 10 more riders. It's every rider for themselves on Montreux Street. Everybody just fighting for position.
To me, this almost looks like the last 15 kilometres of the race, but we have to remember there's still 58 kilometres to go. It's just been relentless, and I think with that, at the moment, there's many riders still in contention, but I think we're going to see some legs explode over the next 2 laps, and riders simply come to a standstill on some of these steep climbs. But certainly for the moment, that's not looking to be the case for Shabby as she powers on ahead. Only a small gap now, but she's still looking very strong.
It's similar to the men's race, isn't it? We were saying in the men's race that we had 80 kilometres to go and thinking it was the last lap just by the way the riders were riding. Here in the women's race, the race is shorter, and so therefore we get to this position a lot earlier. That they're doing the same. This race is full on, flat out. It hasn't relented since that first big attack with the key riders of Lizzie Deignan and Moolman Pasio and others. And suddenly we are getting to 57 kilometres to go, and it does feel like we're in the final lap of the World Championship. Skalnat Soika looks pretty annoyed. She looks around. The race comes back together. Kopecky stretches her back. Also coming back towards the front, Deignan, Moolman Pasio, Blanca Vass, who we must remember, Blanca Vass rode the mountain bike on Friday. Wow. And has come here and ridden the road. Coming up then to 4 laps to go. Elise Shabby taking on another gel, getting some more food in. She is still the rider who has taken the initiative. 4 laps to go, solo leader Elise Shabby of Switzerland. A gap back to the chasers. Everybody looking around, taking a bit of a breather, getting some food on board. The next phase of this race about to happen. Fight for Georgie, Lizzie Deignan alongside each other, having a bit of a conversation. Deignan explaining something to Fight for Georgie. Bit of a move from Italy. As one rider goes clear, they go past our commentary position, and the gap that time, as Elena Cecchini led across, the gap was 23 seconds, with a peloton led by Grace Brown and others, and Annemiek van Vleuten is almost in the race convoy now. She's almost rejoined, which would be absolutely incredible, because hardly any riders have managed to rejoin this race.
Yeah, what a great effort, as always, from Van Vleuten. Of course, she doesn't want to be in that situation on this circuit, being stuck in the convoy, but hopefully she can make it back. She's still got 56 kilometres to go. And actually, as the riders were just passing through the finish line, I actually had to have a second look. Is Vollering even in this group? We've not hardly seen her, but she is. She's hiding back towards the back. We've not seen her do anything yet. Maybe she's still not feeling fantastic, of course, after winning the Tour de France Femme avec Swift not that long ago. That's another thing we've been talking about all week, haven't we, Anne? How it's so unusual to have these World Championships in August, essentially still mid-season.
How do you think the Tour de France Femme has affected this race? Has it made it harder? Are riders suffering a little bit more, or are actually they've come out with even more endurance than they would do normally?
I think a mixture of both things, to be honest. I think some riders have really benefited from having hard racing in the legs, 8 days of racing, all sorts of terrain. They will have come out even better. They'll have recovered, and now they will be in top form, whereas some others simply will not have recovered. They will be riding on empty. They will have tried to be in the best shape possible, but sometimes your body says no. You want to be in the best form possible, have the best legs, and sometimes you just cannot, and it really depends, and that's what we're seeing today. We've got a couple of riders that we would have expected to be up in this front group that simply aren't, and maybe that's the case.
How many riders do we have left now in the front of the race? We saw them go across the line that time. The previous lap was around about 30 riders. We've still got 32 riders at this point in the race. 4 laps of racing to go. And look at this. Annemiek van Vleuten, having had a wheel change and a bike change, has ridden herself back into the group. That gap was well over a minute. We've not seen anyone be able to rejoin races. And Van Vleuten's come back as though everybody's standing still.
And as we have seen time and time again, when she comes back, she's so full of adrenaline, so full of motivation. She often attacks when she gets back into the group, or she at least heads straight to the front. There's certainly no why me in her head. She's one of those fierce riders that just gets on with things. When things go wrong, she always says you just need to look for the positive, and she certainly does, as we see Vollering there taking a drink, finally coming towards the front of this group.
Norman Passio moving up on the right-hand side. Grace Brown is still there. Poland have still got their rider in here, in Marta Lag, towards the back of the group. But still this rider continues. Lap 1 average speed, Elise Chabbey rode the circuit at 37.8. She's nothing but consistent. Lap 2 she rode at 37.8. She was only 2 seconds difference on that lap. Now, having said Elena Cecchini's job was done and she was out the back, Elena Cecchini has rejoined the group and gone forward, and she's second on the road now at 28 seconds.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise. The Italians have certainly been riding a strong race so far. They've been following the moves, and now they are on the attack. As the Brits come towards the front, Pfeiffer Georgie, the current national road race champion of Great Britain.
Making our way over the Squinty Bridge in Glasgow. The Clyde Arc Bridge opened in 2006. Squinty because it's diagonal. The longest ever solo breakaway to win the World Championships was Annemiek van Vleuten. She rode for 104.6 kilometres to win the world title in 2019. The second largest was Anna van der Breggen in 2020, when she broke away and rode 41.4 kilometres in the lead. Here's the makeup of the peloton. Great Britain have got 4 riders in that group. So have the Dutch squad, got 4 riders. Denmark have got 1, Germany have got 1, Hungary got 1, Serbia 1, And now Mavi Garcia, having rejoined the peloton with Annemiek van Vleuten, has gone on the attack immediately with none other than Annemiek van Vleuten.
You couldn't write it, could you? I think, though, when you are stuck off the back, when you're chasing, when you have a mechanical, when you have a problem, sometimes your motivation is that a little bit extra high because you want to get back. Your adrenaline's a bit higher, you've had a mishap, you're super, super alert, excited. And it's often what we see. They rejoin the group. The group's just plodding along, not doing anything particular, having a bit of a breather. And you often see these riders fly into the front, and that's exactly what those two are doing. Two of the most experienced and older riders in this women's peloton, of course. Annemiek van Vleuten, 40 years of age. Elise Chabi again, straight round that corner, settling into a really good rhythm. 36 seconds is the time gap for the moment. She's certainly, as you say, Anne, very, very strong, but a very consistent rider with the results and with a timing each lap, as we see the Italian now, Elena Cecchini, in hot pursuit. Wouldn't that be fantastic to see an Italian rider such as Cecchini heading into the gold medal position for this World Championship? She's always working for her teammates, always working for her trade teammates as well.
Cecchini does so much work for her SD Works team and for her country. And now deciding to take on the front, which I don't necessarily think she needs to do, is Ashley Moolman-Pasio. Getting a little bit worried about Elise Chabi. Chabi has taken that initiative at 74 kilometres to go. This is the Kelvin Grove Art Gallery and Museum. Opened in 1901. There's some amazing Dutch masters in there, and if you don't like those, you can go and see some dinosaurs. A beautiful building dating back to early 1900s. And some real disappointment here. This is the difference. This is Naomi Rugg, who was in that crash earlier on. The difference between being in the peloton and out of it. The World Championships mean everything. The rainbow bands are everything. And it doesn't matter whether you are the rider who's designated to be the leader or you're designated to look after your leader. These riders just want to do the best job they can possibly do, whether it's going back for bottles all day or supporting their team or just trying to bring them to the right position or crossing the line with their arms in the air in first place. Lucy, you know, because you've been in these World Championships, there is a massive build-up. And I guess there's a team meeting the night before or the morning of the race when you're told this is your job for the day. And the way that your mind works is that you just want to do the very, very best you can possibly do on that particular day. Do you remember those meetings? Do you remember sitting there and what the feeling is like when you know what the team plan for the day is? Oh, crash, hitting the ground, and it is Anna Henderson who's hit the deck. Two Canadian riders hit the deck as well. Alison Jackson has crashed as well. The winner of Paris-Roubaix is on the deck. Oh, sorry, Simone Boillard has crashed. It may not be, it isn't Alison Jackson. Simone Boillard on the deck. Anna Henderson. This is not good news. She's been the rider taking all the initiative for Great Britain. And also down as well is Olivia Barriel of Canada. Suddenly Canada have got two riders out of the race.
Yeah, super unlucky for the Canadians. Anna Henderson seems to be okay, but taking the time trying to get a bike, get back up.
Let's see what happened here. It looked like Henderson fell first. Touch of wheels.
The other Canadian rider went flying into a fan. Thankfully, they all seem to be okay, but Annemiek van Vleuten also affected. She's just got back, and now another problem, but that's a slow bike change for Henderson, and we've spoke about this time and time again, how it's so hard for these riders to get the bikes on this kind of circuit.
Not good news for Anna Henderson. I'm wondering who the protected rider is in this race for Great Britain. I wonder whether it's her.
Well, she's certainly riding like she's got good legs, but of course they do have Pfeiffer Georgie, the British champion. Anna Shackley as well is in this front group. And now with a small mishap like that, the riders are obviously a little bit more tense, a little bit more nervous, and the time gap is out to 50 seconds now. The time's ticking down, the kilometres are ticking down. 50 kilometres still to go, but 50 seconds is a huge time gap on this type of circuit.
It is. This is Elena Cecchini, the Italian, going forward, using her strength. She had almost sat up and gone backwards. Now Mavi Garcia starting to look good. She's not had the best of seasons, Mavi Garcia, but the Mallorquin is now on the front of the peloton. To her right-hand side is Ashley Moolman-Pasio. Left-hand side, Cecilia Trupp-Ludwig. Just behind them, former world champion Lizzie Deignan. And riders looking to try and get themselves in the right positions. Just behind Deignan, the Dutch are always following her wheel.
I noticed Lotte Kopecky still there, but she wasn't out the saddle. She was sat down, grinding away up that climb. Maybe just biding her time, but she was certainly not towards the front. I wonder if this steep climb is slowly beginning to take its toll on some of these riders.
There's the gaps. 49.9 kilometres to go. Xabi is now a minute ahead of Cecchini. Cecchini is 16 seconds ahead of the peloton, led by Mavi Garcia. Huge crowd in Glasgow for this final race. The sun is out. It's a warm afternoon. And the Glasgow crowd are giving these riders the reception they deserve. Cecchini comes round the corner. We come back then, just before we had that crash, we were talking about when you're given that information, what the team plan is going to be. Is it just the night before that you know what the plan is going to be? Are you told a few weeks before what your job's going to be? How does it work?
No, you generally know in advance what your job is, and basically because you know what kind of rider you are, you know what kind of rider your teammates are, you know what the course looks like. If you've got a clear leader, it's quite obvious that your role is to support them. Perhaps you are the leader, you know the other teammates have been selected to support you. I think the only team that really has multiple leaders is potentially the likes of the Dutch team, maybe the Italians. It also depends a little bit on, of course, the run up to the race, how people have been handling the races before, the form. As we see the computer just dangling there off the back of her bike. Hopefully it doesn't drop off. But no, you generally have an idea and you know what that plan is, and the riders really respect the roles and they know they've been selected, because it's not a guarantee, of course. You have to be selected for these championships, and you're selected with a reason. You're selected to fulfill that role. You've been selected for that position, whether it's a lead out, whether it's to support your leader into a climb, whether it's to set up the race and attack early, whether it's to go in the early breakaway, whatever it may be. You know that's why you're going to the championships, and you do want to perform at your best, of course. You want to make sure you're doing all you can for the nation, and also respecting the decision of the jury, the commissaires, everybody who's decided to select you in your federation.
Rebecca Corner of Denmark is out of the race. A number of the Danish riders now out, unfortunately. Some are happy with it, some are inconsolable. Torbjørn Andersen not happy at all after today. Elise Xabi, meanwhile, is happy with her race so far. She's been the rider of the race. She's been clear for a long time today now. Switzerland have won the World Championship for women once. That was Barbara Heeb back in 1996. She beat Raza Pokovic and Linda Jackson into third place. Linda Jackson of Canada in third place on that occasion. Left-hand side then, Marlon Reusser. Lizzie Deignan moves up with Anna Shackley.
Who's your pick for today, Anne? If you could choose a podium based on what's happened so far, the riders that are left, how they are looking.
I know you said the same. It's so hard to choose what this podium is going to be. Although coming back, number 44 there is 5 for Georgie. I wonder if she got held up by the crash. My podium at the end of this race is going to be, judging by what I've seen so far, is Liana Lippert, Lotte Kopecky, and I'm going to say, well, I don't know who my third one is. I potentially think Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig.
Liana Lippert for the victory.
I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it certainly is very hard to predict, and I think more than other courses, anything can happen, as we're seeing right now. Shabby's up the road. We know she's a strong rider, but we wouldn't necessarily have picked that she would be the rider up the road alone with a huge advantage. Can she hold on? Such a long way to go still. 47 kilometers to go. She, of course, has no help out there. She's pushing the wind by herself. As we see Cecchini from Italy, she had a good effort, but it looks like she's going to be swallowed up once again by this small peloton. Lizzie Deignan still looking good, always towards the front.
Lizzie Deignan does look good, and actually she would be my fourth pick. I think she's looking very, very good. I'm not so sure for Lotte Kopecky this race is going her way. And the reason for that is she's having to make moves that she doesn't really want to move at this precise time. Demi Vollering is riding a clever race. She's hiding a lot. But I wonder how much the Dutch and the Belgians are going to outmark each other when we get towards the real business end of this race. My big one question is that this rider might go all the way to the finish line. And I wonder if it's possible, because at 1 minute 20, she is opening up a lead, which is becoming really difficult to bring back. You've talked about how difficult this course is. The question is whether she has used so much energy, because let's bear in mind, she was in that first big attack of the day with Lizzie Deignan and others. So how much has she taken out of the legs? Or is she just on one enormous day today and she is having the ride of her life?
She certainly is having an enormous, great day. The only thing that makes me think she could be caught is we haven't seen the typical flurry of attacks from the Dutch riders yet. They're, of course, down a couple of riders. Marianne Vos is no longer in this front group. But we usually, at the World Championships, we see them go one after the other. They launch, the next one goes when they come back. And we've not seen anything like that just yet from the Dutch team. Wondering, are they going to unleash? Is it too early? Maybe this year it's a different tactic, but they often seem to do that in World Championships events.
This is the University of Glasgow. Famous alumni include Mark Bowman, who rode around the world on his bike and holds the record for that. James Watt. It's a very impressive place, the University of Glasgow. Let's take a look here. Something happened. And a bit of a move on the left-hand side.
They must have heard me. The Dutch have started attacking.
Right on cue. They need to start riding. Rianne Marcus goes to the front. Takes the bottle. Tucked in on the wheel immediately. The Italian squad are staying as close to the front as they possibly can.
I think that was Elisa Balsamo, who I almost forgot was in this race, to be honest. We haven't seen her a lot in this second half since we've been on the circuits, but she seems to have tucked herself in, and that's what the Italians have been doing lap after lap. They've not necessarily been attacking, they're just following, marking all the moves.
The race situation, if you've just joined us, Elise Shabby of Switzerland, 1:18 ahead of these two riders, Elisa Balsamo and Rianne Marcus. Balsamo, a former world champion. She won it in 2021. We remember that lead out of Elisa Longoborghini as she took Balsamo to the right position. She unleashed her sprint, won the world championship. Perfectly executed by the Italians on that day. Two riders going away. One of our riders from Rwanda, Diane Ingabire, is now to the race, unfortunately.
Not in the race today, but I'm sure they'll be getting very excited as the World Championships heads to Rwanda in 2025. So in 2 years, we will be seeing all these same riders taken to the streets of Rwanda for the World Championship title.
It's going to be an enormous week of racing when we get to that point. Thanks very much for joining me and Lucy Martin. I'm Anthony McCrossan. We are enjoying these World Championships. This is the final race, the Women's World Championship Road Race. The rider who is on the attack is Elise Shabby. She's been on the attack now for around about 30 kilometres. One of the longest solo breakaways that we have seen if she went all the way to the finish. In fact, the second longest solo breakaway of a World Championship women's race. The chasers are Marcus and Balsamo. Balsamo sitting there, a rider from the Trek Segafredo team. Sorry, the Lidl Trek team now. They've been renamed with their new sponsor. Lidl, one of the sponsors of these World Championships, of course. As we come down to complete another lap, we're getting close to, as you call it, the pointy end of this race.
Yep, we certainly are. 43 kilometres remain, and this gap is actually increasing. 1 minute 13 now for Shabby.
On to the climb for Balsamo and Marcus. Onto Montrose Street. The bottom is level, then we go on to the climb. 14.5%. At some point, a rider needs to take the initiative on Montrose Street. Mulman Passio moves up on the right-hand side. Great Britain leading up this climb as they try and bring these two riders back, which they do with ease. You can see the strength of the punchy climbers, the way they're just closing these gaps very easily.
Yeah, you certainly can. I was just watching there, Mulman Passio, how she was flying up that climb, seemingly at ease, also with Lizzie Deignan towards the front. They're both very strong riders, and I wonder what they are thinking now. When do we launch? Do we attack? How do we bring this Swiss rider back, Shabby? It's going to take a bit of teamwork. It's going to take a little bit of cohesion for the riders to be able to bring her back, and they also don't want to bring her back too soon. But saying that, we are entering 42.9 kilometres to go. Just 3 laps remain.
3 laps of racing to go. We're coming up to the 3-hour mark. 42.7 kilometres of racing. Elise Shabby of Switzerland is still on the attack. And behind, there is all sorts of games being played out. Grace Brown rejoins the peloton. Being dropped on that climb on a couple of occasions, but Grace Brown is still fighting for Australia.
I was just having a look if Anna Henderson from Great Britain was back on after that crash, but unfortunately I don't think she is.
Took a long time to give a new bike to Anna Henderson. Balsamo looks around. Mulman Passio on the wheel for South Africa. Deignan riding along, bottle in her mouth, looking pretty chilled as they come up to complete another lap this time. The peloton are going to go past our commentary box, and suddenly there's total stalemate. Everyone looking around at each other. The Swiss are in the driving seat, so Marlon Royster doesn't have to do a thing. And I'm starting to wonder whether this attack of Shabby has been a stroke of genius.
It might very well be. The Dutch, we can see them down towards the back now, grouping together. They'll have had a bit of a chat. Are they going to do something? We are coming into the pointy end, 3 laps to go. The Italians, they've certainly been attentive, following the moves. Kopecki's only got 1 teammate currently on the front right now. The likes of the Brits, they're still there with numbers, 3 riders. But who's going to take this on? Who's going to do the chasing?
28 riders are left with 3 laps to go. Kukera doing what she did in the Tour de France. Deignan still looks comfortable. Georgie is there. Lippert is there. Shackley is there. Utut Ludwig. Further on back, Demi Vollering has not made any key moves apart from one so far today. She got in the first move on this circuit. Apart from that, she has not shown any initiative. 28 riders, maybe 30 riders now in that group at the front. 31, so it's not changing in any way. Anna Henderson has abandoned the World Championships.
Yeah, but really, that's a minute for a ride.
She was having such a fantastic championships, in the move, attacking everywhere. But unfortunately, that crash has ruled her out of this race, and that's a big blow for Pfeiffer Georgie and Elizabeth Deignan. She was a very strong support rider. She could win this World Championships in her own right, but she is now on the sidelines, out of this race. I was just looking through the list of course, the Canadians. We saw 2 of them down in that crash. I can see Simone Boilard is now almost 3 minutes behind, trying to fight back. She, of course, was caught in that crash. I can't see Alison Jackson anywhere in this front group anymore. It
looks like Canada have lost all their riders from this group now, haven't they?
Yeah, just 30 riders remain. 31 if we include Xavi at the front. 30 in the main group, and she's still ahead by 1 minute 26 now. The time is going out.
This gap is growing. Gekera on the front for Belgium. This is the feed zone. They're getting busy.
You can see the staff on the side of the road, each of them with their own different board. That one says 5, 1:30.
And there's a few other things being told to the team riders by the helpers at the side of the road. Elena Cecchini still there. She's slotted back in. The Polish rider just in front of us there is Marta Lach. Grace Brown is there. Jelena Eric is there for Serbia. Gekera starting to up the tempo a little bit more. Behind us, Shireen van Anrooy, who'll be one of the workers for the Netherlands. 40 kilometres to go. Lizzie Deignan is up towards the front. Annemiek van Vleuten moves up in the colours of the Netherlands. Marlon Reusser ever present at the front of this peloton, but her friend and her teammate Elise Xabi is up the road. Reusser having a great race today. After the problems of a few days ago, she looks focused, she looks fit, she looks like she's spinning the pedals well. Maybe that crash in that mixed team relay for Marlon Reusser gave her a real shake. And as you know as a rider, it's quite often 2 days later you feel terrible.
Yeah, you certainly do. And not just physically, but mentally as well. You know, your whole preparation, going into the event, all the pressure, the build-up, and all of a sudden you crash out. It's not that easy. And then, of course, the physical side as well, the effects, the stiffness. She's clearly recovered now for this road race. She's riding very well. She's in a prime position. She can sit back and do nothing. And, of course, if this does come back and Xabi is brought back into this group, Reusser's had the perfect ride. She's not had to touch the front. She's not had to do anything by simply having that teammate up the road. As we're looking again now, more riders that unfortunately have abandoned.
Old Bianic out of the race today, unfortunately. Clara Caponi there. Caponi, a fantastic track rider on the right-hand side. The Day of France, still Audrey Cordon-Ragot is in that front group, isn't she? So is Juliette Labousse. So they've still got 2 key riders in that front group of 30 riders, the chase group. They've still got some chances.
Yeah, and a good chance as well with Labousse. Of course, she's in fine form. She's been riding so well recently in the Tour de France Femme avec Swift. She had a really strong performance over there, and she's still such a young rider, so these championships, we'll be seeing her compete for many years to come. She was 7th last year, which is hard to even remember because it was such a dramatic race, but she's only 24 years of age, so a very strong contender for today's medals.
We're in the centre of Glasgow now. It's a lovely sunny afternoon. This is the oldest building in the city, Glasgow Cathedral, dedicated to St Mungo. We're in the centre of Glasgow, which has the best concentration of the works of Charles Rennie Mackintosh in the city. Art Nouveau genius, remember. If you don't know of the works of Charles Rennie Mackintosh, if you come to this city, you'll be able to enjoy that. Glasgow has given this peloton and the fans a really warm welcome. Continually named the friendliest city in the world by a number of different publications, and when you go to the various restaurants here and also are greeted by the volunteers who are around this circuit, you realise just how friendly this city is. The Netherlands have still got some riders in this group. 4 key riders, former world champion Annemiek van Vleuten, and also the winner of the Tour de France Femme, Avec Zwift, is Demi Vollering. Those 2 key riders still in this chasing group of riders, but in order to win this world championship, they need to close this 1 minute and 15-second advantage of the Swiss rider Elise Chabbey, who has produced the ride of the day. Tiffany Keep says goodbye after her work today. Still, they have Ashley Moolman-Pasio in this group for South Africa. Can Moolman-Pasio bring home a medal or win this world title? All of these riders have to bring back Elise Chabbey. 37.3 kilometres to go. Rian Marcus is now on the front. Here's the makeup of the peloton. Italy still have 5 riders in here. The Netherlands 4, Great Britain with 3, Australia with 2, Belgium with 2. That's just Kekera and Kopecky. France have 2 riders, Poland with 2, Austria with 1, Colombia with 1, Denmark with 1. That's Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig. Germany now just with Liana Lippert. Hungary with Blanka Vas. Serbia with Lena Eric. Ashley Moolman-Pasio, Mavi Garcia for Spain. Switzerland have got Marlon Reusser in this group, and USA have got 1 rider left in here towards the back of the group.
You can see Demi Vollering coming towards the front. We've not seen her near the front of that group for a long time. This whole race she's been pretty quiet. As we see now, Grace Brown struggling to stay on the back. She is a fighter, though. She never gives up, Grace, which is clear to see by her great ride the other day in the time trial. She's such a strong rider, but it just signifies how hard this course is. She's clearly got good legs. She almost won the gold medal in that discipline, and yet she's struggling so much here with these short, sharp pinches.
Grace Brown doing the green and gold of Australia proud. She has been dropped so many times today, but she just keeps coming back. She bounces back into the peloton. 1:12 now. This gap is not coming down. At some point, the Dutch have to make a proper concerted effort to bring this race back together. Otherwise, this race is going to go to Elise Chabbey of Switzerland. You imagine, she set off 74-ish kilometres from the finish line. She time trials her way to victory. This would be the most incredible day out. Yeah. This is where we are in Glasgow as we head towards Montrose Street again for another climb.
I was just about to say, Ant, when she took off, it seemed like it was just yet another attack. It was going to be brought back. It wasn't anything that significant. A long way from the finish line. We were more looking to the other key favourites to do something, and yet she's animated this entire race.
She's been fantastic today, hasn't she? Soraya Paladin, who's one of the first attackers. The legs are starting to give out on Soraya Paladin. Now the Dutch decide to ride. Shireen van Anrooy goes to the front. A World Cup winner in cyclocross. Annemiek van Vleuten on the wheel. Rihanna Marcus is in 3rd place. Behind them, Silvia Pasico doesn't let Annemiek van Vleuten go anywhere without a tail on her. Annemiek van Vleuten going through to the front. Now they're starting to ride. Let's see how long it takes them to drop this under a minute. 35 kilometres to go. It's 1:08.
Let's just put this into perspective. Annemiek van Vleuten won almost every single race you can think of. Her list of palmares is so incredible. She is the defending champion. She, of course, won in Australia last year, 2022, and she is on the front as a worker, a domestic rider in this race for Demi Vollering. She's already been off the back with a bike change, a wheel change, so many problems, battled her way straight back into this peloton, and now she's on the front. And yet she's the defending champion.
It's amazing, isn't it? The Riverside Museum and the toolship Glen Lee. This was designed by Zahi Hadid, who's designed some of the most incredible structures now in the world. And Van Vleuten goes on the attack.
Just as we were speaking about her, she is a phenomenal rider. We all know it. And as you were just saying, an Italian rider straight on the wheel, of course.
Big move now of Annemiek van Vleuten, the defending champion who was working, has now gone clear. That has put paid to the hopes of Grace Brown. Look how sore those legs are. Kopecky goes on the attack. On her wheel goes Demi Vollering. So it is Van Vleuten, Persico, Kopecky, and Kopecky is going to go straight past. Kopecky now goes to the front and puts in a massive attack. Demi Vollering goes with her, and suddenly this race is ignited again. Kopecky puts on a massive move through that turn, and only one rider is able to respond, and it is Demi Vollering who's going with her. Van Vleuten, is she going to let the gap go or not? Riders need to keep vigilant here because this is the move that could sort out the World Championship.
This is exactly what we've been waiting for. We know these riders are coming into the race as the race favourites. They've got a big target on the back. We've not seen Vollering all day. She's been hiding in the wheels, but when she's needed to go, she goes. And Kopecky's done so much work during this race in comparison to Vollering. She signals for her to go through. Vollering says, no, I'm not bringing you to the line.
Liana Lippert is the rider who's going to close the gap as they look around. So stage winner of the Tour de France. Oh, she doesn't close it. That's a mistake. Liana Lippert decides, I'm not going to close the gap. That's a big mistake. Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig tries to come across now. Lippert plays chess.
Lizzie Deignan, and just behind, trying to close that gap.
Marlon Reusser comes across, and she goes into the corner and slows it all up again. Reusser just doing enough to keep the pace high, to stop the attacks, and look at Kopecky struggling on the wheel. And now Kopecky goes, another massive attack. Lotte Kopecky revs it up and tries to go clear, and Reusser can't go with it. Look at Kopecky now as she tries to fire off the front in this World Championship. Again, Demi Vollering reacts. Reusser is trying to come across as well. Deignan is looking down. She's got gear problems.
Wow. Kopecky trying to almost spin up that hill. It didn't even look that hard for her as she was going up. I saw Vollering just behind, getting the teeth out, a bit of a grimace. One rider that seems to be looking extremely fresh is the Swiss rider, Reusser.
Well, Marlon Reusser can sit there with the remote control for the rest of this race and just wait until her teammate comes back. If indeed she ever does. 7 riders now at the front of the race. That's it. This could be game over. This World Championship is going forward. Big attack. Annemiek van Vleuten. And now you need to react because you cannot let Annemiek van Vleuten go. 33 kilometres to go. Vollering looks across and realises that Annemiek van Vleuten has taken the initiative. Kopecky now has to chase.
How many times have we seen this happen? Everybody knows, all the riders, Kopecky, Reusser, they know the Dutch like to counterattack. Annemiek has a trademark for when everybody's suffering, when you don't want to push on the pedals, that's the time when you have to attack. She does it time and time again, and here we are at the World Championships, and she's doing it again. Kopecky looked around, she didn't want to have to chase, and yet she is the rider. She has no more teammates with her in that group. She's the one who has to chase, which of course plays into the hands of the Dutch, with Vollering sat on her wheel, relaxed behind.
Well, everyone said this circuit doesn't suit Annemiek van Vleuten. Well, she's proving everybody wrong. She is going clear now. And she is flying. Look at Van Vleuten. Kopecky looks around and says, I'm not chasing. Well, that could be the moment that this World Championship is won and lost. Because, let's remember, Annemiek van Vleuten closed a gap of well over a minute when she had to have a wheel change and a bike change. She's now in time trial mode. And everybody's looking around at each other. Dijkman realises that this is a moment that you cannot let this rider go. Kopecky's on the back. I wonder if Kopecky's now suffering a little bit. Reusser is in a perfect position.
You can see on the front the Austrian rider, Schweinberger, who of course picked up the bronze medal the other day. A little bit of a surprise in the time trial. She's made it into this group. Lizzie Dijkman looks a bit more like she's suffering over the top of those climbs, but she is hanging in. She's recovering. Now she's made it into this front group, and they are just simply looking at each other. They know how dangerous Van Vleuten is, but they can't do anything about it.
Here goes Lotte Kopecky. Here's the attack. Left-hand side of the road. Dijkman looking to try and get on the wheel. Kopecky goes on the attack through the feed zone. That's not going to be a popular move, is it? But Kopecky has decided, let's do it when there's chaos. Demi Vollering trying to close the gap. Dijkman needed a bottle and couldn't get it. Kopecky flat out now with Demi Vollering, the winner of the Tour de France, trying to hunt her down. But Kopecky now goes into the next right-hand turn with a little bit of an advantage. It's flat out bike racing. What an attack of Lotte Kopecky.
Now, of course, Reusser is not going to be doing any chasing. That's going to affect the other riders because Vollering can only push so far. She's got Annemiek van Vleuten up the road. Reusser has Shabby up the road. It's up to these other riders at the back. Ludwig needs to move to the front and try to really bring this back because those two riders are not going to be doing too much chasing. But Vollering knows if she wants to win this jersey, she needs to bring back Kopecky.
I'd love to know what Demi Vollering is thinking because she's the team leader. But Annemiek van Vleuten will just say, I was just putting us in a position of strength. But Vollering knows that she is the rider that the Netherlands were riding for today. Lotte Kopecky hunting down Annemiek van Vleuten. This race is so stretched right now. On the back of the group, Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig is the rider who is cleverly just sitting there waiting. Schweinberger having a fantastic few days of racing. And it looks like Vollering is going to bring Kopecky back with 30 kilometres of racing to go.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. And as we see these riders, Lizzie Dijkman gritting her teeth, trying to stay on that wheel of Reusser. Reusser seeming to have absolutely no problems today. She looks very, very strong. And just like that, Kopecky tried, but she has been brought back.
Kopecky knows he does not want Annemiek van Vleuten in this position. Van Vleuten is flying her way through these turns. Well, it's been 44 kilometres since this rider had any sort of company as we make our way onto the next climb. Kopecky is being made to ride by the Dutch, and she has to, doesn't she? So there's nothing else she can do. The other riders are passengers right now.
Yeah, and as you said, Anne, Vollering is the team leader for the Netherlands. Annemiek appears to be going for it herself, but that is to put Kopecky under pressure. It is tactical. She's now going to accelerate as much as possible up this 14.5% climb, the steepest gradients we're seeing on this circuit. They've still got to tackle the climb a few more times, but now everybody's suffering. Everybody's on the limit. There is nowhere to hide. You simply have to stay on the wheel. You can't let those gaps open, as we see Uttrup Ludwig now coming to the front.
Good move by Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig. She closes the gap on Annemiek van Vleuten, and look at Marlin Reusser. Reusser is just steadying herself, getting ready for what could be the biggest attack of the race when Elise Shabby is caught, if indeed she is. Shabby now is making her way down with 2 laps of racing to go. She is still solo. 45 kilometres now in the lead for Elise Shabby. You can see the shoulders, left, right, rocking all over the place. The chase group, Annemiek van Vleuten, former champion, Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig on her wheel, Demi Vollering, winner Tour de France, Lizzie Dijkman, former world champion, Lotte Kopecky, world champion on the track, winner of the green jersey in the Tour de France. On her wheel, Schweinberger, medalist in the time trial, and Marlon Reusser, a Tour de France stage winner. What a group of chasers. So much strength in this group.
There certainly is, and all the race favourites, everybody we could have imagined to be at the front of this race. I think the only rider who maybe is a bit of a surprise is Schweinberger, but of course she picked up the bronze medal the other day. She showed the world she has great legs. As they stop, they look at each other. This plays into the hands of Shabby. Will her time gap go back out a little bit? We will see now as she comes through the finishing line.
2 laps of racing now remain. The solo leader is still the Swiss rider, Elise Shabby. Is this the plan of Switzerland all day to set this up for Marlon Reusser to win the world road title? 2 laps of racing to go. Shabby leads. Average speed 38.278 kilometers an hour, and it's an elite group of 7 chasers with 2 laps of racing to go.
The Dutch, the Swiss, they're in a good position. They both have 2 riders at the front of this Elite Women's World Championship road race. Lotte Kopecky's had a fantastic ride so far, but she is outnumbered, as is Lizzie Deignan of Great Britain.
Deignan just spins through that corner. What a ride by Elise Shabby. She has been the rider of this race. We remember, we go hours back and she was on the breakaway with Lizzie Deignan so early in this race. Here's the chasers: Silvia Pasico, Liana Lippert, Mavi Garcia, Anishka Skalnak-Soika, Rihanna Marcus. On the back, Lauren Stevens.
Now that group you just mentioned, and they're already 1 minute 7 seconds behind Shabby, 50 seconds behind the leading group of 7 riders, in fact. Shabby plus 7 riders chasing.
Deignan just spinning away at the front, looking for a little bit more food. We know she missed a bottle earlier. She wanted it when Kopecky attacked through the feed. We saw that attack through the feed. Is that seen as not a welcome tactic by riders, or is it just accepted that that's the way it is?
Yeah, it's a bit of an unwritten rule, really, that you don't go attacking through the feed zone, because riders are moving around, they're not focusing as much, they're trying to get the bottles. But you can do it, and she did. I wonder what's going through the minds of these riders now. They got so close to bringing Shabby back. It's now only 23 seconds. It's still a very small gap. But is it enough? Who's going to chase? That's the next question. Who's going to be the rider to take it on once again?
There's going to be more attacks on these steep climbs. Elise Shabby still with this performance that is so inspirational today as she stays to the left-hand side of the road. Cecilia Ludwig on the front for Denmark, having a great performance today. Uttrup Ludwig was 5th last year in this World Championship. As she goes up towards her soigneur at the side of the road, Lizzie Deignan has been looking for a bottle all afternoon. She's also been searching her pockets for a gel, and there hasn't been one. Now she gets some food on board, which for her is going to be good news. It is such a wonderful race. 26.8 kilometers to go. 21 seconds. And Van Vleuten continues with this work for Demi Vollering. And I noticed earlier, Demi Vollering talking to Annemiek van Vleuten when they came across the finish line last time. I wonder whether Vollering just asked Van Vleuten just to keep the pace as high as possible. Because the most important thing is they bring this race back together.
Exactly, and it's still 21 seconds, 20 seconds, 19, 18. She was in reach, Shabby, and the time did go out again. So they need to bring this back. There's still 26.6 kilometers to go, but of course they may also be thinking, let's just keep her hovering ahead, because as soon as she comes back, it allows other riders, the likes of Reusser, to actually go on the attack. And Reusser could be very dangerous right now in this World Championship. She looks very, very composed and strong. A little bit of extra motivation there for Xavi on the side of the road.
Well, we know that Royce today has just had to sit there, use the remote control, doesn't have to do a thing. She's closed gaps where she needs to. She looks so fresh. She's letting the Dutch and the Belgians have their little games. But when the attack happens, Royce is going to be able to respond, surely, unless she's still feeling the effects of that crash the other day. But I wonder whether actually what happened in the time trial has reset her mind. She's thought about everything. She's taken time to just recover, and now she's thought, yep, absolutely, let's turn this week around.
Yeah, quite possibly, because she certainly looked very strong, very good all day long, and just to be in this front group shows she's having a good day. She's got good legs. None of these riders have made it into this group just by chance. It's been an absolutely brutal day. They've been attacking, they've been non-stop all the way since they got to these circuits, and even beforehand. So all these riders are in this group because they deserve to win the World Championship title, and now it's a game. It's a game of chess, a game of poker. How are they going to win the title? Who's going to bring back Xavi? Who's going to attack? Where are they going to attack? When are they going to follow? When are they going to decide to burn the matches, use that final little last bit of energy that they've got to go for the victory?
It must be strange for Demi Vollering looking around right now and realising that Marlon Royce, who's a teammate in the team of SD Works, who helped her win the Tour de France, is sitting behind her, knowing that Marlon doesn't have to do a stretch of work at all. And Demi Vollering must be thinking, oh, hang on a minute, this rider surely, and she'll know the strength of Marlon Royce, is really, really dangerous.
Yeah, I think that's what makes the World Championships so exciting, is because we see these riders, as you say, racing together in trade teams all year round, and then suddenly they're on opposite teams riding for different nations. And then we've got the likes of Demi Vollering, Annemiek van Vleuten, who normally compete against each other on the same team. It's very, very tactical. It's very different and hard for these to come together, because they only come together for one day of the entire year.
Still the leader is Elise Xabi with 18 seconds of an advantage. In the group is Christina Schweinberger of the team of Austria. She rides for the Phoenix de Koenig team. We know that Phoenix de Koenig, before the Tour de France, did a massive training camp with the team of Alpecin de Koenig, so the men's team, at altitude, to just try and get them ready for the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift. That subsequently showed just how strong they were in that race.
Ingvild Gastjen calling it a day for Norway. They now have no more riders at the front of this race, nor the Norwegians.
Schweinberger in this group of riders. She is in amazing company, but she's got a bronze medal in the time trial. Could she get another medal in these road championships? She's not been renowned as a top place rider apart from in Ghent-Wevelgem, where she was 5th this season. So she's starting to emerge as a really strong bike rider. She rode the Tour de France. She may well have just come out of the Tour de France with real strength, you know, that diesel engine you get after 8 days of racing, and she's feeling the effects of it now.
I think a lot of the riders in this front group will be looking around and wondering, who is this rider? They'll know more or less who she is. They'll have seen her in some races, but not many races. They'll have certainly taken note the other day when she got the bronze medal in the time trial. But as you say, Ant, she's not that well known. She's coming into her she's getting stronger this year, but she doesn't have the list of results of Palmares like the other riders in this group. They could all sit there, they could all list the results of each other. They race together every single week all around the world, the top competitors, whereas, yeah, the likes of the Austrian rider, Schweinberger, a little less known, and maybe puts her in a huge advantage, actually, being in that position.
Yeah, because they'll be a little bit worried about her, and she looks like she's just riding really steadily. 18 seconds now, the advantage. Lizzie Deignan on the left. We know she's won on this circuit before. Winner of the World Championship, the Women's Tour, the Tour of Flanders, Strade Bianche, Liège-Bastogne-Liège, Paris-Roubaix. What's worth winning isn't on that. What's not worth winning isn't on that list. Lizzie Deignan, now at 34 years of age.
And let's not forget, she just had a second child not that long ago.
It's so impressive and pretty inspirational. Then you add Annemiek van Vleuten, 4 times the winner of the Giro, twice world champion of the road race, 3 times the winner of the Vuelta, winner of the Tour de France, winner of the Tour of Flanders, winner Strade Bianca, winner Liège-Bastogne-Liège, twice winner of the World Time Trial Championships. Annemiek van Vleuten, this is her last world title. So you've got riders in here who've done it before, who've won the World Championship before. Then you've got the likes of Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig, who's won a stage of the Tour de France. But I think we're right in saying, and I don't think it's a disservice to Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig, but she promises much and has come second so many times. Today, this is a massive opportunity for Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig. The Tour de France did not go her way. It wasn't her race. She finished 7th overall, but today she's in a position to win a world title.
Yeah, she certainly is. Last year, she was 5th in the World Championships. As you say, Anne, she's always just knocking on the door. Never quite on the top step, but there or thereabouts. Could today be the day where she turns it round and she actually puts on that rainbow jersey? She certainly looks strong when we get to these steep climbs.
The gear she's riding as well is immense compared to everybody else. Lotte Kopecky, I'm wondering whether it's playing games or she's starting to suffer, because she's leaving a gap here or there, but she's sitting down all the way up these climbs.
She certainly is, and we have to remember she just came from the track. Okay, she performed at the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift, but then she's suddenly gone onto the track, won 2 gold medals, but it's a completely different discipline. So to be able to back up when these other riders have just been training, focusing on the road race, not only physically but also mentally, to go to the track, it's very, very tense, very intense racing. It's hard. So just to see her here in the pointy end, it shows that she's an absolutely phenomenal rider. But if she is suffering on these climbs, it's also very, very understandable. Mavi Garcia now trying to come back to this front group, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late for the Spanish rider. Just 21.5 kilometers to remains.
We're coming up to the bell. 21.5 kilometers to go. We're not far away. 7 kilometers till we get the bell. And still Elise Chabbey is the leader of this World Championship. 27 seconds. The gap goes out just a little bit more. The work that's been done by the various nations has not made an impact. They've brought it back, but they've not brought it right back. Annemiek van Vleuten making her move on the left-hand side. This is a hard part of the course here. Weirdly, this is the part of the course where everybody is suffering. This is the same in the men's race, same in the under-23 race, same in the junior race, that at this point in the course, this little drag through the park has made such a massive difference.
Yeah, I think all the riders have been really focusing on those 2 steep climbs. This often gets overlooked, but it's just brutal. It's such a drag all the way up, and it is, as you say, exactly, Ant. Riders have been getting dropped here, left, right and centre. This group seems to be staying together, but the time gap is not coming down. 23 seconds still for Chabbey.
She's had a long, long time in the lead now. Coming up to, what, 54 kilometres in the lead for Elise Chabbey. George Square is absolutely packed. The crowd is massive. It's about, I reckon, 10 deep at the finish line. It's absolutely incredible. There's hardly any vantage points available for anybody to watch. There are people climbing up doors to try and get a bit of a view of this race. Just to update you then, if you've just joined us now, where have you been? Because this has been a blockbuster. Elise Chabbey has been on the attack since 74 kilometres to go. Behind her, Annemiek van Vleuten, Demi Vollering, Lotte Kopecky, Marlon Reusser, Lizzie Deignan, Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig and Christina Schweinberger. That's the chasing group. The group behind is 1:07 behind. They're out of this race. Elise Chabbey gets shown the board again. I wonder what she's thinking. knowing that the gap came right down. Now she's starting to build it again, just trying to keep the momentum going. 35 kilometres an hour.
I think she'll be in a whole world of pain right now. But getting a little bit of extra motivation, knowing it's only 20 kilometres that separates her and the rainbow jersey.
Every time she gets to this climb with such a massive crowd, she's able to just get a little bit more momentum, a little bit more motivation. Look at this. This is like a climb in the Tour de France. But this is Glasgow, and this is the theatre of dreams. Onto the climb now. Is there going to be an attack? Yes, there is. Left-hand side, right-hand side. Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig. Demi Vollering also goes. Annemiek van Vleuten is suffering. Lizzie Deignan is in the fight. Lotte Kopecky is also there. Look at the face of Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig as she tries now to ratchet up the tempo.
And look who is suffering the most. Annemiek van Vleuten at the back of that group. Of course, she was on the attack. She's also had to fight her way back after a mechanical. But surprising to see the defending world champion struggling slightly at the back of that climb.
That was an amazing move there, because Demi Vollering went on the attack on the left, but Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig went on the right and matched her pedal rev for pedal rev. This is Mavi Garcia. Vollering now knows how strong this group is. If it comes down to an attack, Lotte Kopecky, big move, right-hand side of the road. Demi Vollering, immediate reaction. Annemiek van Vleuten can't react. They jump onto the wheel. Schweinberger goes with Kopecky now. 12 seconds is now the lead. Vollering closes it. Deignan can't. Lizzie Deignan is suffering here as she puts her head down to try and get on. And they go through that left-hander. Kopecky kicks hard.
You can see the pure power of Kopecky when she attacks. Even Vollering is unable to follow that explosive power. That was absolutely incredible.
The police bikes can't even get out the way, such is the speed of Lotte Kopecky.
And she goes again. It's not just one attack and sit down into a rhythm. She is powering out the saddle every single opportunity she gets.
Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig having to recover after that huge attack. She comes back, so does Annemiek van Vleuten. Wow, they're knocking pieces out of each other.
They certainly are. And as we've seen time and time again, the attacks go, riders suffer, but they do not give up in this group. Van Vleuten always looks like she's about to get dropped, and then she comes back, but finally they've got it in sight. 8 seconds, 9 seconds now for Elise Chabbey. She will know they're just behind, and this is the most dangerous part of the circuit where you've got the open roads. You can actually see the rider in front of you for the first time on the circuit.
For the first time in 56 kilometres, this group of chasers see the leader. Now is the time for Marlen Reusser to compose herself and get set. Because, Lucy, in team tactics in bike racing, you know there is one tactic and one tactic only.
Counter-attack. Exactly, and that's what Marlen, I'm sure, has been waiting for. She's done nothing. She's sat at the back. She's simply following the moves, and she's still looking ever so composed.
Demi Vollering makes a little bit of a move, goes to the front. Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig still hovering on the wheels at the back, just trying to get herself back together. Kopecky's getting a little bit fed up. Talking to Schweinberger, trying to get them to close the gap. Reusser doesn't have to do a thing, also a teammate of Lotte Kopecky. You look through this group, SD Works, SD Works, SD Works, former SD Works.
Yeah, I think Kopecky's certainly frustrated. She's been launching various attacks, and I think she's very nervous now that Chabbey could stay away. She kind of signalled, come on, we're so close, let's just catch her, and then we can begin to play for the remaining titles. Who's going to be a world champion?
Kopecky is starting to get agitated now. She said she wouldn't do this, but now is the moment in a race, though, Lucy, where you're tired, where everything you've tried so far hasn't really happened. Annemiek van Vleuten goes to the front. She decides, right, maybe I'll help. We'll bring this back together. We'll reset the race. Here's the moment of Kopecky.
And rightly so. She knows she can be a world champion. All these riders in this group can be world champions, but first they need to bring this rider back. They came to 8 seconds within reach, and we've seen this time and time again in road cycling. The rider is within reach, everyone stops, relaxes, and suddenly she's gone.
Elise Shabby is the rider of the race. What a performance today. Absolutely stunning. She has produced the most incredible and inspirational attack. But still the race is not back together, and the Dutch are refusing to close it.
It is very surprising now that it is Kopecky that's having to do all of the work. Only Roycer has the excuse to sit on the back. She has a teammate up the road.
Van Vleuten and Vollering are playing chess. Vollering obviously feels that on one of these climbs before the finish she is going to be able to bring this back together and go forward and win. Dijkman still spinning little gears at the back, still looks good. She's had a couple of moments where it looked like she couldn't quite close the gap, but Lizzie Dijkman is a killer. When it comes to the finish, you know, Lucy, you've ridden for her. If she gets the scent of a world championship in this final lap, Dijkman is going to put the knife in.
She certainly is, and it's a home championships, of course. Being from England, we are in Scotland. It's not that far from where she lives in Yorkshire.
On to the next climb. Montrose Street for the penultimate time. And Annemiek van Vleuten goes to the front of the peloton. There's a big attack of Demi Vollering. Vollering attacks whilst van Vleuten is doing the same. Kopecky is there as well. Dijkman tries to close the gap. Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig is trying to go as well. And just as Van Vleuten tried to take the initiative, Vollering is the one who fires across the top. And the gap opens up. Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig desperately trying to get on terms. Round the turn, Marlin Roycer, no, she needs to get there. So Roycer dragging Lizzie Dijkman across as well. Kopecky looks around and decides it's time to work.
Yeah, Vollering clearly knows the best place for her to launch an attack is on the climb. She's able to do that. She's able to drop the other riders for the time being, and look how close they are now to catching Shabby. This is the first time they've had her this close in the last 50 kilometres.
What a race this has been. It has been scintillating all the way through. Elise Shabby, her teammate Marlin Roycer is coming across. It all comes back together behind. Vollering looks around to see where Van Vleuten is. And don't be surprised if yet again Van Vleuten goes on the move and puts the Netherlands into the winning position. 14.8 kilometres to go. Kopecky realises, I do not want Annemiek van Vleuten in this group, so she puts on a little bit more pace. Van Vleuten fighting for all she is worth. Elise Shabby is going to come round the corner after 60 kilometres of a solo breakaway with an advantage of just a few metres. Vollering goes to the front. Left-hand turn now. Lotte Kopecky on the wheel. Vollering goes flat out through the turn, maybe getting a little bit carried away here as they're just going to bring this race back together. And a problem for Annemiek van Vleuten. The gears are jammed. The bike has given out. Not the legs of Van Vleuten this time. It's the legs that are good. It's the gears that give out. One lap of racing to go in this World Championship. One lap to decide who is going to fulfill the dream, who's going to be in the rainbows in 14.3 kilometres time. Van Vleuten's not going to give out now. She's going to go back onto her World Championship bike.
What a day for Van Vleuten. I don't think she's ever had a straightforward World Championships. This is a final appearance at the World Championships, and with 14 kilometres to go, a bike change.
Bike change for Annemiek van Vleuten. 14 kilometres of racing remain. What a day she's had.
She's a fighter. She's going to fight all the way back.
Van Vleuten, after 3 hours, 40 minutes, she looks up and sees it's 40 seconds. We have got 7 leaders: Demi Vollering, Lotte Kopecky, Elise Shabby, Christina Schweinberger, Lizzie Deignan, Marlon Reusser, Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig. 39 seconds behind is Annemiek van Vleuten. The average speed is 38 kilometres an hour. She'll never give in though, Lucy, will she?
No.
Because she knows what happened last year.
She certainly does. I mean, it's a tough ask today with just 13.6 kilometres remaining and the nature of this circuit. Vollering's confused. Where's her teammate gone? She needs her right now. Of course, no race radios. She won't know what's happened to Van Vleuten, but she will see she does not have a teammate. Suddenly, the race is back together and they're almost all matched now. One rider from every nation, as Shabby and Reusser. Of course, there were 2 riders from Switzerland in the front group.
They need to keep riding because otherwise they're going to let her back in. Now, when does Marlon Reusser attack? She thought about it for a moment. Shabby moves up. What a day she's had. Caught after 60 kilometres in the lead. Kopecky slots in on the wheel. We have got the top riders now going to try and win this world title. Demi Vollering, Kopecky, Shabby, Schweinberger, Deignan, Reusser and Ludwig being chased down by Annemiek van Vleuten. The next group of riders is one rider, that's Mavi Garcia at 1 minute 35, and then Anna Shackley leads a group of riders at 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Deignan goes to the right-hand side, sneaks through, just launches a little bit. Demi Vollering follows. How do you work this one out?
It's impressive to see Shabby still in this group. She's able to hold on for Switzerland and give them 2 riders in this front group. As we see Kopecky then just stretching the legs, stretching the back.
Kopecky goes to the team car, has a little conversation. A little bit of information being given to Lotte Kopecky, who's still got the wherewithal to just chat to the car while she rides on this circuit. This is her day as far as she's concerned. She's done everything right. But who can deny her? Deignan sits on the front, setting a tempo. Do you think Lizzie Deignan is right at the limit of her ability right now? Because she's riding on the front. I wonder whether she's doing that just to set a tempo that she's happy with.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think she knows the World Championship rainbow jersey is up for grabs. She wants to do everything right. She doesn't want to be following. She wants to be setting the pace at the front. And then just being able to see who's attacking, who shall she go with. This is very tense now for all these riders. 37 seconds back to
Deignan attacks.
Van Vleuten.
Lizzie Deignan attacks with Schweinberger. She's decided to take the initiative and they go clear. Demi Vollering looks around and Lizzie Deignan attacks with 12 kilometres to go and goes through the corner. She knows this circuit perfectly and she decides this is the time to try and win the world title.
Very surprising that Reusser didn't launch an attack then. Of course, the teammates come back. But this race is between Vollering and Kopecky. Everybody knows those 2 have been looking at each other. They've been written down as the race favourites, and it's playing into the hands of the other riders right now as Reusser goes on the attack. A few seconds too late, not jumping onto the wheel of Deignan initially.
Look how quick Reusser's going across, though. This is a big move, but Lizzie Deignan is a master at reading a race, a master at thinking about when you go when nobody else is expecting it. She didn't do it on the climb, she did it just over the top. Deignan and Schweinberger combined in their might to try and win this world title. Schweinberger of Austria, Reusser coming across, Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig swings across the road, Lotte Kopecky launches, big move right-hand side of the road as Kopecky realises now is the time I need to try and win this world title and rid myself of the Dutch.
Demi Vollering slow to react. She's trying to get back in touch with Kopecky. It's been about those 2 all day. They've just been looking at each other, not even cared about the other riders up until now. She can't do it. She's asking for some help. Vollering.
Whoa, what a race this is. This race is stretched and Vollering has no assistance and Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig can't do anything. And on the back, Elise Shabby's been on the attack all day. There's Reusser. Kopecky looks around. She can't close the gap either.
Looks like these 4 riders now are in the hunt for the medals. I don't know if Demi Vollering is going to get a second win. Look how that gap has opened up in the last couple of 100 meters.
Vollering has not been able to do this, so we're going to end up with a group of 3 behind, but it looks like we're going to have 4 leaders. Dijkman, Schweinberger, Kopecky and Reusser, and the Dutch. Vollering's getting upset, getting annoyed. Kopecky catches Reusser and goes to the front now to try and bring this race back together to put herself in with a chance of winning the world title. She's outwitted the Dutch.
10.6 kilometers remains in this Elite Women's World Championships, and we have seen fireworks. Look at that gap. The speed of Kopecky when she attacked. She is with a 2-time second place rider from the World Championships last year. Of course, Reusser pulled out of the individual time trial this year, but was one of the favourites. A strong rider to be with, and look how quickly they are making ground on Dijkman and Schweinberger.
Schweinberger is having the best week of her life as a bike rider, a medalist in the time trial. Lizzie Dijkman is just so clever. She knows how to take the initiative. She might not be the strongest rider and the most punchy rider anymore in this bike race, but she knows exactly how to win. Demi Vollering realises that the world title is disappearing up the road.
She certainly does, and she's not getting too much help from these 2 riders, and quite rightly so. Shabby's been alone at the front of the race for over 50 kilometers. She doesn't have much left in the legs as these 4 riders come together now.
This is the moment now where they need to ride, because if they ride, they will be in the medals. It's Marlon Reusser who goes to the front. Schweinberger immediately onto the wheel. Lotte Kopecky joins in behind Lizzie Dijkman. If you've just joined us now, 9.6 kilometres to go. It is Dijkman, Schweinberger, Kopecky and Reusser with a gap of 15 seconds to Demi Vollering, to Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig, to Elise Shabby. Behind them, it's Annemiek van Vleuten at 44 seconds at this point as she goes through these corners. She needs to try and get to Vollering to try and help her win this title, but it's slipping away through the hands of the Dutch yet again.
Yeah, Vollering was isolated. It was a big blow for her to lose Dijkman, Van Vleuten. Maybe we would have seen a different finale if Van Vleuten was back in there to support Vollering. It's going to come down to the wire.
Look at Vollering. She realises that now they might come back. She attacks hard. Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig is on the wheel. Vollering is giving this everything. Kopecky is trying to put in the blows that will get rid of Demi Vollering, because they know if she comes back, the chances of her winning this world title really shift in her favour with that final climb of Montreux Street. There's the gap. It's tantalisingly close. And still Elise Shabby is there with a chance of winning this world title after being on the move all day today. 9 kilometres to go. Are they going to let the door open? 5 seconds now. They are letting Demi Vollering back in. The champion of the Tour de France looks around. Tripp-Ludwig is playing poker. She shakes her head and says, nope, I'm doing nothing. And Shabby does the same. Vollering is bringing this race back together. A massive crowd in Glasgow are witnessing a fantastic last 8.5 kilometres now of this World Championship, and it's all going to come back together. Reusser hasn't really driven this on, which I'm a little bit surprised about.
This really is a game of chess, isn't it? It almost looked like Dijkman was going to stay away with Schweinberger. Kopecky jumped across. And now Vollering's made the junction once again, and we have a big group heading to the final.
Big attack of Demi Vollering. Look at the speed of Demi Vollering as she attacks on the right-hand side of the road, and nobody's even seen her. Demi Vollering goes and catches the group and goes flying past. What an attack of the winner of the Tour de France. She's putting everybody else into the shade. Lizzie Dijkman cracks. Vollering holding her left leg, actually, as she goes over the top. I think she's got cramp as well. It's all going to come back together.
I have to say, Lotte Kopecky is the one that is looking extremely strong now, isn't she? Able to follow these moves.
Demi Vollering, I think, has got cramp on the left leg. She's holding the left leg as she attacked so hard. Yep, she's got cramp. She is trying to get that left leg to come back together, to come back to life. And she takes the foot out the pedals and stretches it. Cramp for Demi Vollering with 7.7 kilometres to go. This race has had everything.
I'm not sure we've seen that before in a World Championship. 7k to go, somebody stretching the legs. Now this is going to be a bit more of a mental game. Kopecky knows her main rival is suffering. Dijkman gets herself back into contention in this group. She looked like she was almost going to get dropped on that climb, but she's a fighter and she's still there. Reusser, of course, looking ever so strong as she has been all day long. Schweinberger still coming to the front, a little bit more unknown in the road race scene. And here we go.
Big attack of Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig as she goes clear now. The Danish rider strikes the blow. 7.2 kilometres to go. Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig has attacked. Lizzie Dijkman goes with that move as well. Vollering, we know, has got cramp. Lotte Kopecky jumps round the outside as Dijkman tries to react. This is the hardest part on this circuit. Dijkman is coming to a little bit of a standstill. Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig has put in a massive attack. Coming up to her now is Lotte Kopecky. Kopecky goes past. Big move by the Belgian. And Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig puts her head on one side and desperately tries to find some speed. Lotte Kopecky now fires away. Uttrup Ludwig is almost on the wheel right now. And she manages to get there. Demi Vollering is in no man's land. 6.8 kilometres to go and Kopecky takes the initiative.
That is an absolutely huge gap that she's opened up in no time. She was waiting and waiting to launch a key move as we see Dijkman absolutely on the limit, trying to get back in onto the wheel of those chasers, but I'm not even sure they're going to be able to bring back Kopecky.
Kopecky is flying. Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig looking for a medal in these World Championships, if not the rainbow bands. Now the advantage that Uttrup Ludwig has got is her ability on the climbs. Demi Vollering knows that the World Championship is going up the road. Lizzie Dijkman, what a performance by the rider who's just had a second baby and has come back to cycling. It is the most inspirational ride today. Elise Shabby now not in that group anymore. Schweinberger is still there, but now we have two leaders, Lotte Kopecky and Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig, combined in their might. What they've got left in the legs, is it enough to win the world title for one of them, as Demi Vollering tries desperately to close the gap?
Two riders against four riders. Normally the four at the back should be able to make it back up to the two leaders, but we do have Kopecky at the front, who is in fine form as they go up this climb for the final time today.
This is the final rise. Kopecky on the wheel of Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig. Uttrup Ludwig firing on all cylinders. She has been so strong on these punchy climbs today. Here goes Lotte Kopecky. Is this the hammer blow? Is this the moment that the World Championship is won? Kopecky fires and she goes clear. No answer from Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig. The Belgian bullet goes flying over the top. Lotte Kopecky is solo now, 5.5 kilometres to go, sucks in the oxygen. This is the moment where the rainbow bands are starting to appear on the back of Lotte Kopecky.
Tight corner there for Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig in the background, but she could not respond, and it just shows how punchy these climbs are. She's a climber and she could not go with Kopecky. I also saw Vollering, it looked like she was even suffering now on that final uphill dash. Less than 5 kilometres remain for these riders.
Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig is on her absolutely last little bit of energy. These riders have absolutely smashed each other all day. Lotte Kopecky, 11 seconds now. Look at the way she's just trying to get some sort of recovery. She's absolutely on the maximum she can give. Uttrup Ludwig trying to hold on for a medal here. She has ridden superbly today.
Yeah, very tactical performance from her. She didn't work. She didn't put her face in the wind when she didn't need to. She let the Dutch riders do all of that, as we're seeing Reusser now, still looking super composed. Are these riders going to keep fighting and come back, or are they simply battling it out for the bronze medal?
Here goes Lotte Kopecky, pushes it into that corner. This is a wonderful performance from the race favourite. She's had to deal with the way that the Dutch have ridden. She's had to deal with everybody negatively riding against her, but ultimately strength and power prevail. She's so far ahead now. Look at that. Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig peddling squares as she desperately tries to get to the finish line. Kopecky is not far now from a world title.
Of course, her first world title it would be on the road. Already this week she's managed to pick up 2 gold medals, 2 rainbow jerseys on the track. That would be a phenomenal feat if she's able to back it up and take this Road World Championship title today, which is looking ever so possible right now.
It's a long, long time since Belgium won the world title. We have to go all the way back to 1973 to the last time Belgium won the world championship. And now Reusser goes forward with Demi Vollering. Lotte Kopecky checks over her shoulder. It's 50 years since Belgium won the world championship.
She's still looking so strong. She knows she's going to be writing herself into the history books. Not many riders can go from the track to the road, or should I say from the road, as she was in the Tour de France Femme avec Swift, of course, in the yellow jersey, to winning a gold medal on the track, to then taking the Road World Championship title.
This is Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig. She's still holding on with a little bit of an advantage on the 2 chasers, Marlen Reusser and Demi Vollering. Tripp-Ludwig for Denmark, trying to bring home a silver medal at least. She's still got to get herself up that final climb of the day. Reusser has ridden quite a calm race today. Can she beat Vollering and get the bronze medal? This is Lotte Kopecky. Look, she's got a little smile on her face almost.
I think she realises her dream may be coming true. Only a few kilometres to keep pushing on those pedals to make it to this finish line in the centre of Glasgow.
She's got those little touches of green on the handlebars that shows her win in the points jersey of the Tour de France. This is a stunning performance by Lotte Kopecky today.
She keeps looking behind. She knows she can't let up too much. She can try to enjoy these final 2 kilometres, but she still has the riders behind chasing hard. It looks like Vollering and Reusser may well make it up to the Danish rider, Uttrup Ludwig.
This is the chase, Vollering and Reusser. Reusser has watched her teammate produce such a great performance today. Vollering hunting down Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig. Meanwhile, this rider is closing in on a rainbow jersey, but not a rainbow jersey on the track, a rainbow jersey on the roads to end the most magnificent season. Lotte Kopecky is showing just what a brilliant bike rider she is. Lizzie Deignan has done the British fans proud today as we hit Montrose Street for the final time. Once Lotte Kopecky gets over the top of this climb, the rainbow jersey is hers as long as she gets through the corners. Her fans are ready at the finish line. The signs are ours. Right opposite us, a big sign saying Lotte Kopecky. And now Vollering tries to go clear to take the silver medal. She's trying to catch Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig. Marlen Reusser doesn't seem to have the legs. Over the top of the climb for the final time. Lotte Kopecky is heading now into George Square to win this World Championship.
I can't see any time gaps. It looks like she's got this one in the bag, but you never know. Still 1 kilometre remains.
This season, she's won the Tour of Flanders. This rider has won the green jersey in the Tour de France, but this is the race that she said she was all about. This is the race that she wanted to win. Lotte Kopecky is about to turn the final corners into George Square. She checks over her shoulder, and Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig comes round that turn, still trying to save the silver medal. Demi Vollering is hunting her down. The last couple of little twists and turns. This is Lotte Kopecky. Well, in Belgium, they have what they call the Kopecky effect. She is inspiring so many young girls to take up bike racing. And again, she's going to make it even larger. The Kopecky effect isn't just going to be Belgium-wide, it's going to be worldwide. She turns the final corners. She makes her way towards the conclusion of this World Championship. This rider has ridden the perfect race. Lotte Kopecky now starts to celebrate. Kopecky is going to win the world title. 50 years since Belgium last won the Women's Elite UCI World Championship. Lotte Kopecky heads towards the finish in George Square. The Queen of Belgium is the Queen of the world. Lotte Kopecky wins the world title for Belgium 50 years after the last. And the sprint for second place, it is going to be Demi Vollering silver, bronze for Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig, fourth place for Marlen Reusser of Switzerland. And behind, they're going to sprint in. Lizzie Deignan is in the sprint for the places now with Schweinberger. Fourth place has been taken. Now it's about fifth. Fifth place for Schweinberger. Sixth place for Lizzie Deignan on the day. That's some performance by Deignan.
What a race.
Just summarise that, because she had the Dutch, the Italians riding against her all day today.
Yeah, she was clearly the most marked rider in this peloton. She's handled the pressure extremely well, and it often doesn't happen like that when you are a favourite, when you have that extra pressure from everybody, but she's done it today.
This is the rider of the day, though, outside of Lotte Kopecky. This rider finishes seventh, Elise Chabbey, who was on the attack for over 60 kilometres, and she still finishes in the top 10. Give her a special round of applause, because that is some performance.
Certainly is.
Well, they're teammates in SD Works, so I guess if you don't win, you might as well have your teammate win.
Exactly. Very nice to see. Top competitors on and off the bike, good friends, but fantastic to see Vollering. Super happy for Kopecky to win this title today.
Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig, that's the best performance of the season from her, and her best performance, I think, in the World Championships. She made all the moves, Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig, today.
Yeah, she certainly did, and she gave it a go in the final. She was hunting down the rainbow jersey, hunting down those medals, and in the end it's bronze. A fantastic performance for her. Still smiling, Annemiek van Vleuten, as she crosses the line for the final time ever at the World Championships.
Annemiek van Vleuten, she says goodbye to cycling at the end of this season as far as professional women's cycling is concerned. She gave it everything today. Annemiek van Vleuten has won this world title. She was the defending champion. She says goodbye to everybody, and what a crowd to say goodbye to Annemiek van Vleuten. It was such a race.
Nail-biting, absolutely amazing. It's always so good when you really don't know who the winner is going to be until the final kilometres. I don't think she can believe it.
There was a few times today when it looked like the tactics of the other teams were making the difference, but ultimately the strongest rider prevailed. This rider was superb today, wasn't she? Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig. So often she's in the mix and doesn't quite deliver on the day, but today she delivered. Bronze medalist, winner of a stage of the Tour de France last year, but today she was super, super strong.
She certainly was. She doesn't even look that tired, actually, considering she just got the bronze medal. Fantastic ride by her. I think the Dutch team will be very happy, but also slightly disappointed to come away with the silver medal today. And here, Mavi Garcia crossing the line for Spain. 10th place.
Mavi Garcia, 10th place for her. Lotte Kopecky making her way now to the podium presentation and also the interviews. She looks so fresh. Average speed, 38 kilometres an hour on that course. Here comes the next group of riders looking for 11th place. And it looks like Persico, Mulman Pasio and others in this group. Persico is going to just be edged out at the finish by Blanca Vass, who was in the initial breakaway of the day.
What a sight to see these two riders head to head all day long. Everybody was pitting them against each other, but we have to remember they are on the same World Tour trade team. They are very good friends. They work for each other every single week, as we now see the replays, the race-winning move from Kopecky.
That move was incredible, wasn't it? Look at the power. Absolute sheer power as she got rid of Cecilia Ludwig just before the top of the climb. And then the solo to victory, including the final climb of Montrose Street. Lotte Kopecky is the world champion. An exceptional performance from an exceptional athlete. Lotte Kopecky. It's hard, isn't it, when you're the favourite to sometimes bring it home, but today she brought it home with an exceptional performance.
Oh, it certainly is, Anne. So much pressure, so much media attention. Of course, she has her own pressure. She wants to win. She's in the form of her life. And I said earlier on, I can't believe she went over to the track. She took 2 medals on the track, 2 gold medals this week. So the strength, the mental strength, the focus. She hasn't had a day just to relax. She's had interviews, she's had pressure from everywhere, and she has delivered to take 3 gold medals, 2 on the track, and today the road world title. What a fantastic week it has been for the Belgian rider in Glasgow. I don't think it's a week she'll forget for a long, long, long time.
No, I agree, absolutely. Cecilia Ludwig, so close to the silver. She looks disappointed there, but she gets on the podium, and that's so well deserved. A word about Marlon Reusser today. She had disappointment on the time trial, but today she was the perfect teammate, but she just missed out on the medals, finishing 4th today.
Yeah, certainly another strong rider. I'm sure she'll be disappointed. Everybody wants one of those medals. 4th place. Always difficult to finish in 4th place, of course. You're just missing out. She did everything right, as you said, Anne, and in the end, that's what she could produce today. She still goes home with a rainbow jersey from the mixed team time trial just a few days ago for Switzerland.
Well, we're going to look out over the sights of Glasgow, and we're going to enjoy some of the scenery. What a race we've had. It was absolutely exceptional. It kicked off with, 138 kilometres to go. We started to see the first attacks with about 132 kilometres to go. Everybody started to move. We saw the breakaway go. Here's the results of the women's elite road race. Lotte Kopecky wins in 4 hours, 2 minutes, ahead of Demi Vollering in 2nd place and Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig in 3rd. Behind them it was Marlon Reusser of Switzerland, Christina Schweinberger of Austria and Lizzie Deignan of Great Britain. There's the rest of your top 10. How did we do on our tips of the day?
Not bad. We didn't both get them exactly right, but of course to have Kopecky and Vollering, the two race favourites at the top.
Let's hear now from Lotte Kopecky on her victory here in Glasgow today.
Lotte Kopecky, you are world champion. First of all, because it's still fresh, we saw you on the line shaking your head, holding your head. What were you thinking about? You knew you were world champion.
I don't know. I mean, it's already been somewhere an amazing year, but also somewhere a very hard year. And it's just that I don't know what keeps me pushing. And I don't know what I was thinking, but it really means a lot to me. And it's a kind of a dream that comes true. And I really hope to enjoy and ride in those rainbows next year.
Tears of happiness, tears of happiness.
Yeah.
Take us through your effort. Today was the victory of your legs, of course. It was also the victory of patience.
Yeah, I had to say that I was not nervous before the race, but then when Shabby at 1 minute 30, it was, we saw before that on this course we could not, that you don't gain so much time. So, yeah, I think I really have to thank really hard Sanne Kant in the beginning of the local laps, but then also Justine Akiro, who really just, I said to her, try to keep the pace. It doesn't need to be a very hard one, but just that she doesn't gain any more time. And I think she did a really good job. Also the rest of my teammates, I changed my bike. Julie van der Velde was there to get me back to the bunch. And I mean, all of them, we're a big cycling nation, but in the women's cycle, in the women's part of cycling in Belgium, we always came a little bit behind. And I'm very proud that now we showed with our team that we can also win the biggest races as a team.
And what a week it's been. World titles on the track, world title on the road.
Yeah, I thought after those two on the track, I was like, it's almost impossible to win again on Sunday. I mean, becoming 3-time world champion in just 7 days is just too crazy for words. I think.
Is it the rainbow jersey? That's something that you were dreaming of when you were a little girl?
Yeah, not when I was a little girl, because then I just wanted to be competitive in cycling, and I mean, I never knew that I would become this good. So yeah, that dream only came later.
Enjoy the podium. Thank you very much.
Lotte Kopecky, well, tears of joy tinged with the tears of a difficult year as well. I'm sure it has been so tough for this young rider. She is an amazing athlete. And as she said, she didn't ever think maybe she'd be that good. I remember meeting Lotte Kopecky many years ago. She rode a track event in Manchester, and ever since I've enjoyed watching her progress, the way she has progressed as a track rider and onto the road. She's a very, very good athlete. And as you could see from her interview, she's also a rider who gives time and talks and gives you background and doesn't hide from answering questions. She gives you everything about what she's thinking. Here's the sprint. Blanca Vass, I think I'm right saying, wins the under-23 title. And well deserved. She was dropped out of that front group on the climb of Crow Road. But today she's been always at the front during this race.
Yeah, and of course we're focusing on the elite race, but we have to remember the under-23 title as well.
Let's hear now from Blanca Vass. It's confirmed she's won the under-23 title.
Well, congratulations, world champion of the U23 class. That was clearly for you the objective this morning when you started.
Yeah, it was very hard. I did not expect I can win today because I had so bad legs in the first half of the race, but I think it was in the end a good decision that I was in the first breakaway, because then on the climb the peloton came really fast, and I think if I'm just stay there I get dropped. So yeah, and also when we arrived for the city in the city, yeah, I felt so bad. I was behind the crash, and I almost got dropped in the first lap, and then I felt better and better in every lap, and yeah, in the end I was very tired, and yeah, I'm really happy I could win in U23, and also I'm so happy for Lotte because she win in the elite category, so it's really nice.
Perfect day for you. Yeah, world champion. You're a young rider. Being a world champion, I mean, I suppose it opens a lot of doors for the future.
Yeah, it's nice, but I hope one day we will have a separate race. So yeah, then it will be maybe a better feeling, because today I don't have that feeling. I win because yeah, I didn't cross the finish line first, but yeah, it's still it's a really nice feeling. It was my dream to have the rainbow jersey one day. So yeah, I'm really happy.
And maybe one day the rainbow jersey in the elites, because with the talent that you have, it could come.
I don't know. Yes, it's yeah, it would be really nice one day, but I need to improve a lot still.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Blanka Vas wins the under-23 world title, so 2 rainbow jerseys for SD Works. The trade team, they take both the titles in the elite and the under-23 category. Just trying to look through the under-23s. I think Anishka Skalnak-Soika will take this, Shirin Van Anrooy will take the silver, and possibly Anna Shackley will take the bronze. Let's take a look at the highlights of today's race. The riders making their way out of Loch Lomond for the start of the journey to Glasgow. 154.1 kilometres of racing. Damp roads, grey skies that soon turned into sunny skies. There was a group of riders went away early, contained many of the riders who ended up with good positions overall. In particular, Lizzie Deignan. And also Elise Shabby was in this group. There were lots of moves. Anna Henderson was particularly strong in the early stages. She ultimately had a crash and was taken out of the race. Elise Shabby went clear for 60 kilometres of racing. Annemiek van Vleuten had a puncture, and she also had a bike change. She made her way back into the peloton and tried to fight it out for the victory. Meanwhile, up front, Elise Shabby continued with her breakaway. Van Vleuten was so animated throughout the race, ended up in 8th place overall. Well, Elise Shabby was the rider of the day. Van Vleuten had a bike change towards the end of the race after her gears jammed. As we made our way towards the conclusion of the race, an elite group of riders came to the front. Deignan tried with Schweinberger. Reusser and Kopecky jumped across. Behind, everybody was playing chess. In the end, Vollering brought everybody together and then attacked hard on the climb. Kopecky went with her, and then Vollering got cramp. Then it was the move of Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig and Lotte Kopecky. As Kopecky decided it was time to go, Uttrup-Ludwig fought for all she was worth. Then she attacked the final climb before Kopecky attacked her and went clear to win the world title. Uttrup-Ludwig holding on for the bronze medal, being caught on the line by Demi Vollering for the silver. Lotte Kopecky wins in front of an absolutely huge crowd in Glasgow. Vollering takes silver, Uttrup Ludwig takes bronze. And in a few moments she'll be presented as the world champion. We're almost ready for this presentation. The moment that Vollering just got past Uttrup Ludwig for the silver medal. The group of riders behind was led in with that sprint, Persico and Blanca Vass. Vass sprinting for the under-23 world title, which she takes. In that group was also Shireen van Anrooy and Anna Shackley. The World Championships here in Glasgow are coming to an end. It has been an enthralling week of racing. So many different disciplines, so many moments to remember. The crowd are waiting in anticipation for this final presentation. Here's the Scottish Event Campus, that building affectionately known as the Armadillo. Also the SEC is here and the OVO Hydro, the 5th largest entertainment venue in the UK. This is the Gurdwara Singh Sabha, Scotland's largest purpose-built Gurdwara. Gold dome, which can be seen for a long distance in Glasgow. Lotte Kopecky succeeds Annemiek van Vleuten as the world champion. Looking down the squinty bridge in front and the large crane which takes us back, the Finniston crane, to the quality of Glasgow shipbuilding and the River Clyde. Almost ready for this presentation. The presentation will be in two parts for the rider who has won the elite world title and the riders who've won the medals in the under-23. Here's the arena, the Emirates Arena with the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome. That's hosted all the track events in Glasgow. And we're ready for one of the presentations. Anna Shackley of Great Britain has taken the bronze medal in the under-23. Shireen van Anrooy of the Netherlands takes the silver. Blanca Vass of Hungary takes the gold. Anna Shackley, who comes from not too far away from the circuit. So we're ready for the medal ceremony for the women's under-23 road race. The medal ceremony of the under-23 Women's World Road Race Championships from Glasgow.
Medal 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Road Women Under 23 Road Race.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 route. Course en ligne, femmes de moins de 23 ans.
The medals
A big crowd in George Square, ready for this presentation.
UCI Vice President.
Les médailles et le maillot seront remis par M. Enrico de la Casa, vice-président de l'UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Great Britain.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze en représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Anna Shackley.
Anna Shackley, a very popular rider in this area, wins the bronze medal in the under-23 category. A huge reception for Anna Shackley.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing the Netherlands.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant les Pays-Bas, Shirin van Androoy.
Silver medal to Shirin van Androoy.
In first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal representing Hungary.
À la première place, champion du monde UCI et gagnante de la médaille d'or représentant l'Hongrie, Kata Blanka Vas.
Blanka Vas is the winner of the gold medal in the under-23 World Championship. Under-23 World Champion Blanka Vas.
Will be presented by Councillor Susan Aitken, leader of Glasgow City Council.
Les cadeaux seront remis par Madame Susan Aitken, leader du conseil municipal de Glasgow.
She also gets the special watch presented.
La montre Tissot sera présentée par M. Enrico de la Casa, vice-président de l'UCI.
And now the national anthem of Hungary.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Hungary.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouvelle championne du monde, UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de l'Hongrie.
Blanca Vass, the under-23 world champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, encore une fois, vos applaudissements pour nos médaillés. Anna Shackley, bronze, Cyril Van silver.
Final couple of photographs.
UCI World Champion.
There's our medalists in the under-23 World Championships. Time for Blanca Vass to sign the rainbow jerseys.
And just hold it there, Blanca. Oh, look, if you come here and hold the pen again and just smile at the camera, yeah? Smile at the camera for me, hold on. Super, thank you.
Confirmation of the result in the women's under-23 road race. Blanca Vass of Hungary wins the world title ahead of Shireen Van Anrooy and Anna Shackley of Great Britain in third. Behind them, Julie de Wilde, Megan Jastrab and Marta Goossens. And we're ready for the Elite World Championship presentation. Two teammates with Blanca Vass. Demi Vollering, Lotte Kopecky and Blanca Vass all ride for SD Works. They've recovered now. We're ready now for the presentation of the Elite Women's World Championship. Big crowd to receive these riders who so enjoyed what was a thrilling finale to an absolutely special race.
Award ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Road Women Elite Road Race.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 route. Course en ligne, femmes élite.
The medals and jersey will be presented by Mr. David Lapartien, UCI President.
Les médailles et le maillot seront remis par Monsieur David Lapartien, président de l'UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Denmark.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze, représentant le Danemark, Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig.
Bronze medal for Cecilia Uttrup Ludwig. What a performance from her today. It was pretty special.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing the Netherlands.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent, représentant les Pays-Bas.
Demi Vollering continues with every race since her first race of the season, where she finished in 17th place. After that, she hasn't been outside the top two in any race she's finished since then. Every single stage race she's been in the top two, and every single one-day race she's been either the winner or second place. What a record.
Representing Belgium.
À la première place UCI et gagnante de la médaille d'or en représentant la Belgique, Lotte Kopecky.
World champion Lotte Kopecky. The team rode superbly for her today. And the fans follow this rider everywhere she goes now. She is a massive star in Belgium and just got even bigger. Rainbow band she'll wear next season on the roads. As we've said, it's one thing being the favourite, it's another thing bringing it home.
MSP Cabinet Secretary for Constitution, External Affairs and Culture, Scottish Government.
Par Monsieur Angus Robertson, MSP, secrétaire de cabinet pour la Constitution, les affaires extérieures et la culture du gouvernement écossais.
The special mascot, she looks up to the sky. I'm sure there's all sorts of memories in Lotte Kopecky's head right now. She lost her brother earlier this year, sadly. An incredible performance by this athlete.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Belgium.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouvelle championne du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de la Belgique.
I get the feeling Belgium will be closed tomorrow. You might as well declare it a Lotte Kopecky holiday. Cycling is the national sport in Belgium. This rider has just made a lot of people very, very happy. Final photographs. As we look down on this area of George Square, which has hosted all the presentations of the road events, it's been a very special week of racing. We've seen amazing racing. Some photos with her teammates. We'll look forward to seeing Lotte Kopecky on the roads next year as the world champion. Well, we'll see her before the end of the season too, I'm sure. Don't drop her now. Now for Lotte Kopecky to sign the rainbow jerseys. I'm sure she dreamt of this morning. Well, now it's come true.
And stay there, Lotte, just one smiling at the camera. Pretending we smile. Super, congratulations.
We look out over George Square. Here's our final medal table. Great Britain with 23 golds finish at the top of the table. Germany move into second place with France in third. And there's the rest of the nations who've won medals during these championships.
Championships as the leading nation, and not just the leading nation, but the leading nation by quite a solid way. 56 23 gold, 12 silver, 21 bronze medals. It was Anna Shapley's bronze medal just adding to that tally just now. They finished as the leading nation in both the able-bodied classification and the paracycling medal table. The paracycling medal table a little bit closer between Great Britain and France, but GBR still the very top. Well, it's been a brilliant final day of competition, and that does conclude it. Day 11 that started all the way back with the opening para-track events of this holiday.
This is the University of Glasgow we're looking at. And now we've got the final presentation, which is the handover of Scotland to Glasgow to the Haute-Savoie, which will be the next Super World Championships.
13 UCI World Champions, more than 200 rainbow jerseys awarded. Cycling never had so many athletes together for the same event. And it happened here in Glasgow and across the whole of Scotland. Amazing performances and lots of emotion. What memories we will take away with us. Those memories will stay with us for a long time. As we reflect on the last 11 days, we can be proud of what cycling and its athletes have achieved. It will be 4 years until the next time we combine so many UCI World Championships into one single event. That will be in Haute-Savoie, France, in 2027. Now, our Scottish host will hand over the flag to the organizers of the 2027 UCI Cycling World Championships. I know this will be another fantastic celebration of our sport, as we can only look forward to this second edition. Haute-Savoie 2027 will draw on the experience of this first year's first edition. Glasgow and Scotland have set a spectacular example. A huge thank you goes to everyone involved in the organization, and a special mention goes to all the volunteers in blue here. Thank you. Congratulations. You were efficient, friendly, and always ready to help. I can be the witness of this. This event would have been impossible without you. Thank you all. Thank you, Glasgow. Thank you, Scotland.
Thank you, David Lapartien. If you could take your place in front of the first pedestal. We also have Paul Bush, OBE, Chair of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships, and Michel Callot, Co-President of the 2027 World Championships, Organising Committee with Martial Sadier.
On va également accueillir M. Paul Bush, OBE, et également Michel Callot, co-président des championnats du monde de cyclisme 2027, si je viens de l'UCI, qui sera co-président avec M. Martial Sadier.
And we hand over from Glasgow to the Haute-Savoie for the next event in 4 years' time. That's our final presentation.
So exciting. I'm going to ask you all a few questions now. So, Mr. Bush, can you tell us your feelings after the success of the World Championships here in Glasgow and across Scotland?
First of all, magnifique. I am incredibly proud of what we've achieved in Glasgow and Scotland over the last 12 days. Thank you to the UCI. Thank you to the amazing athletes of the world. But more than anything, thank you, Glasgow and Scotland. You've done a fantastic job.
Thank you, Mr. Bush.
Alors, Monsieur Callot, first in French and then we'll go into English. Monsieur Callot, on
So we leave you with the speeches of all the dignitaries and a superb event. Thank you to all of you from Lucy Martin and me, Anthony McCross, and we'll leave you with the sights and sounds of Glasgow.
Pour la Haute-Savoie en 2027.
D'abord, ça permet de renforcer l'idée qu'on en avait, et avec un grand merci d'abord pour l'UCI, pour avoir imaginé ces championnats de discipline qui sont un retentissement extraordinaire pour notre sport. Remercier très chaleureusement Glasgow, toute l'équipe d'organisation, ça a été fantastique ici. Et en Haute-Savoie, eh bien, on serait heureux de vous accueillir entre lac et montagne, dans des paysages remarquables et avec des sites de compétition qui font la part belle à la fois à l'histoire de notre sport. Plusieurs championnats du monde se sont déjà disputés en Haute-Savoie, sur route, en VTT, et puis des sites plus innovants, plus modernes, qui correspondent peut-être aussi aux nouvelles disciplines du cyclisme.
Monsieur Callot wants to thank, yes, Monsieur Callot wants to thank everybody here in Glasgow and across Scotland. We've seen what an endeavor it has been, but it has been a huge success, and I think from athletes to coaches, everyone has enjoyed it. He invites you all, a lot of work to do over the next 4 years, but he invites you all to the beautiful area of Haute-Savoie in France, lakes, mountains, and an area that has a lot of expertise and experience when it comes to big game organizations. They've had world championships and so forth over the last few decades. Bonne chance, Monsieur Callot, et au plaisir de vous revoir en 2027. See you in 2027.
Thank you very much. And for the finale here, Mr. David Lapartien, I think the final words are going to be with you.
Thank you very much, and once again, first of all, thank you to you, all the fans. You came from Scotland, but of course also from more than 150 countries in the world to visit Scotland and to celebrate cycling with us. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to the fans. Cycling is the most beautiful sport in the world, and we were happy to celebrate our wonderful sport, all our disciplines with you here in Glasgow and across Scotland. Thank you, Glasgow. Thank you, Scotland. See you in 4 years in Haute-Savoie in France. And for the road, see you next year in Zurich, Switzerland. Thank you, Glasgow. Thank you, Scotland.
What he's done, good to forward, he's done a good job there.